A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries. Please. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to one and all today for the roundtable discussion on higher education in India, opportunities and challenges in the context of NEP implementation, which is being organized by Education Promotion Society for India, EPSI, at SRM campus today, in which SRM has supported us for this particular roundtable discussion. Higher education is crucial to India's goal of creating a Viksit Bharat and becoming a key player in the global knowledge economy. The competitiveness of Indian industry and its ability to create jobs would be dependent on the development of a robust trained workforce. India's ambition to become a global economic powerhouse hinges significantly on its ability to cultivate a highly skilled and trained workforce that can compete effectively on the global stage. While India possesses the world's second largest higher education system with over 1,300 universities and 40,000 colleges, there are still worries about their quality as most of our HEIs fall short of global norms in number of key parameters. NEP aims to increase gross enrollment ratio GER from 26.3 to 50% by 2035, adding 3.5 crore new seats. However, major issue is a lack of funding for higher education, which is significantly lower than the NEP aim of 6% of the GDP, where we see that the global average is 4.5% and India spends approximately 3% of its GDP on GER. To improve the quality of higher education, India needs to dramatically increase public financing and incentivize private investment. Expanding research grants, modernizing infrastructure, attracting international staff, and establishing collaborative PhD programs with worldwide universities might all benefit India university rankings and prospects. This conference seeks to bring the relevant stakeholders, administrators, regulators, private universities, and scholars together for an informed debate on the future of reforms in the higher education sector and forge a symbolic partnership between government and the higher education institutions. Now, without much ado, I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates to please rise for Tamil Thai Valathu. Can I request the choir to please sing Tamil Thai Valathu for us?
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை எழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெற்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாளும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for the choir, please? To invoke the waves of knowledge and in order to keep the same going throughout the day, I would request the dignitaries on the stage to please come forward for Kuttu Vilaku, lighting of the lamp, please. Can I request all the dignitaries to please light the lamp for us? all the dignitaries. The roundtable discussion today is going to have an inaugural session, after which we are going to have two panel discussions. The first will be on quality assurance through research and innovation in higher education institutions. And the second panel discussion and interactive session is going to be on understanding NAP 2020, its goal, implications and challenges, and also a special focus on employability and skill development in today's education ecosystem. Before we start with the inaugural, I would now request Dr. P. Satyanarayana ji to please present a bouquet to our chief guest for today, Professor T.G. Sitaram. Can I also request our President EPSI, Dr. M.R. Jairam, to please present a shawl to Professor T.G. Sitaram and welcome him. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us for this roundtable discussion. Now I would request Dr. Satyanarayana to please welcome Dr. D.P. Singh with a bouquet, and again requesting Dr. M.R. Jairam to present a shawl to D.P. Singh, sir. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, D.P. Singh, sir, for joining us. Requesting Dr. P. Satyanarayana to present a bouquet to President EPSI, Dr. M.R. Jairam. Requesting Satyanarayana, sir, to please present a bouquet to Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan. Requesting Dr. P. Satyanarayana ji to present a bouquet to Dr. H. Chaturvedi, alternate President EPSI, and also the Chief Education Advisor for Birla Academy. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request Mr. Palnivel to please come forward and present a bouquet to Dr. P. Satyanarayana. Requesting Dr. H. Chaturvedi ji to please present a shawl to Satyanarayana, sir. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I would request Dr. H. Chaturvedi, alternate President EPSI, to please come forward and deliver his welcome address and also give an introduction of EPSI to the august audience. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Respected Dr. Professor T.G. Sitaram ji, Chairman AICTE, Dr. D.P. Singh, former Chairman, University Grant Commission, and currently Chancellor, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, Dr. M.R. Jairam, President, EPSI, Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Pro-Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, and Mr. P. Palnivel, Secretary General, EPSI. It's a great matter of delight, great honor to have all of you in this roundtable discussion, which has been organized keeping in mind the lot of activities which are likely to happen after the general election in higher education and in education in general. As you know, that topic for the day-long roundtable discussion is opportunities and challenges in the context of NEP implementation. We have invited some of the leaders from higher education institutions across the country, and we have also invited some of the policy makers, regulators, and we are very happy that EPSI has once again come to Chennai. It is not first time. Many times, I think maximum times, in last 20 years history of EPSI, we have been here in Chennai to take the opinion of the opinion makers in higher education. Why this is happening? Because Tamil Nadu is one of the leading state in the whole country. It is number one in higher education, 47.5% GR. It is highest in India among all the states, major states. And also, it is also famous for some of the leading universities of the country are located in Tamil Nadu. I have seen growing for last 30 years when I was working in AICTE, I have seen that how meticulously the leaders, the founding fathers of SRM Institute, respected Mr. Pochumuthu, and founder of VIT Vellore, Dr. G. Viswanathan, and many other leaders like founder of JPR University, Mr. Satyabhama University, Mr. JPR, and some other leaders whose contribution is immense in development of higher education in the country. Even some of the best practices have got ground in Tamil Nadu, which has not taken roots in other parts of the country. I remember the autonomous concept of autonomous college came 30, 40 years back, and maximum number of colleges which have got autonomy and become autonomous, they are from Tamil Nadu. So this is about Tamil Nadu, which is a land of bounty, land of culture, land of music, and the literature, and great thinkers like Thiruvalluvar, and great public leaders like Rajgopalachari, K. Kamraj, Anna Durai ji, and also Periyar. They have built a society which is very progressive, and the state is leading on many parameters of human development. So our salute to the great people of Tamil Nadu, and we are thankful to Mr. Pochumuthu for hosting today's round table. We are very happy that all good arrangements have been made, and I would particularly express our gratitude to Dr. T.G. Sitaram, who has been active in technical education for a long time, who has worked in the Northeast, Northeast India, in IIT Guwahati, and for last 2 years he has been leading the regulator for technical education. So thank you, Dr. T.J. Sitaramji. You have devoted time, you have spared time for this round table. Dr. D.P. Singh has been an eminent educationist of the country, having led 3 major universities of the country, like Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, and Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and also Ahilyabai University, Devi Ahilya University, Indore. And after leading these 3 universities as Vice Chancellor, he has become Director of NAC for a few years, then led UGC during the very difficult times when the whole country was suffering. And I remember meeting him during the COVID times, and how beautifully he has led the higher education system during those times. Thank you, Dr. D.P. Singh, for joining today, finding time, and I congratulate Dr. M.R. Jairam, our President, who has great vision about EPSI and also uplifting the higher education of our country by bringing all stakeholders together, from government to private sector, universities, public sector, universities, also the industry bodies, because he is connected with CII also. So this is his thought that we should prepare a document after this round table and present to the, after the formation, a new education minister will be there. We have to present a document to the government of India, Prime Minister and Education Minister, how NEP can be implemented within shortest possible time. Because we already 4 years are over. It was announced in 2020. It is 2024. 4 years time has already elapsed. So I would like to say that EP EPSI has been in the forefront for last 20 years. It has started its journey in 2005. It was inaugurated in none other than by late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And we are not just for garnering benefits from regulators. We are in the picture. We are on the horizon of higher education and school education just to increase the respect and reach of the education system in our country. We have been working with governments, we have been working with the parliamentary standing committees, we have been reaching to the industry leaders so that all kinds of problems and challenges of education in our country can be resolved. So NEP we have taken up in 2020 and 2023. We have organized several conferences online and offline, and now this is another contribution of EPSI. So in concluding my welcome address, once again I welcome Dr. T.G. Sitaramji, Dr. D.P. Singh, and all the eminent educational leaders who are present here. Thank you for finding time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And it is also your vision and your support to EPSI, because of which EPSI is able to do all these conferences and grow further. I would request Dr. P. Satyanarayana, Pro-Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, to please come forward and deliver his special address. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. P. Satyanarayana ji? Please, sir.
The respected Chairman of the All India Council of Technical Education, New Delhi, Professor T. Sitaram, respected former Chairman of UGC, Dr. D.P. Singh, and respected Mr. Dr. M.R. Jayaram, President of EPSI and Chancellor of M.S. Ramaiah University, Bangalore, and respected Chaturvedi, the alternate president of EPSI, and Mr. Palnivel, all the other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this function. Rather than calling it as a function, it is appropriately named as a roundtable discussion, wherein which all of us are equal. So, I feel that I am here on the dais just because SRM is hosting this event. So we are all one, and we are all together, and we are all equal participants. And I should thank the EPSI and especially Professor Dr. M.R. Jayaraman, the Chairman of the President of EPSI, for giving us the opportunity to host this event in Chennai. Actually, they would have got several other options and offers to conduct the same interactive discussions in any other campuses of Chennai, of any other university, and or else in other hotels and so on. But they chose to do it appropriately in education institution, and also they gave it the opportunity to SRM University. I really thank him for this kind gesture. I am very much thankful for the chief guest who has agreed and who is gracing this occasion, Professor T.G. Sitaram, the chairman of AICTE, by his presence. While he is in the office, he has come to address to us and also interact with us, because we see some resistance in some times that people at office, like during that term, cannot be that much willing to interact with the people or interact with the the so-called private institutions especially. And like breaking those things, I'm happy that Professor T.G. Sitaram has come over not only to preside this function, inaugural function, but also to take part in the interactive discussion which is going to happen in the today afternoon. I thank you very much, sir. And I also thank Professor D.P. Singh, who is the former chairman of UGC and the chancellor of Tata Institute of Social Science for gracing this occasion, and the other dignitaries. I just recall a discussion I had with my father, whom you all know is the founder of the SRM University and the SRMIST of Science and Technology. In 1969, he started as a school, and then he got an opportunity to start the SRM Engineering College in 1985, which became a deemed university in 2002. So he was narrating about his experience at the age of 85, because people would like to ruminate their past and also give their experience to the younger generation. And in that way, he was discussing within our family. So at that time, he was telling that how he started from a school to an engineering college. And he was explaining that the first inspection he faced to become an engineering college was showing his school as one of the sites, one of the temporary sites, and the inspector who came at that time was giving a comment that starting in a school may not be a right thing to do, and I'm not sure how this kind of institution is going to come up in the future. But he took that as a positive note, and he worked hard to make this SRM. The point I'm trying to make is that there was a trust deficit between the agencies of the government and the private institutions at that point of time. But slowly the trust deficit is coming down, and we are starting to work together with a openness and a frankness. This is very much appreciable, and this is not the end of the journey because it has not achieved its full form yet. We have a few more miles to go, or many more miles to go, to achieve a greater interaction between the agencies of the government and the private institutions. Because when the engineering colleges were started or like any private colleges were started initially, they thought that these would not come as good as the government colleges. But that myth was broken, and many of the private institutions or colleges surpassed most of the government institutions in the state and across India. And similar thing happened when the status of the university was given to the private institutions. And again that myth is broken, and the private institutions are able to perform, and they are now gearing up to the world rankings including QS and THE. So with this in mind, I think we should see the national education policy as a holistic approach, like so that we understand the issues of the private institutions, and mainly when Professor Chaturvedi was talking, he was telling that the regulators of the institutions in the agency, I feel that it is my humble opinion that rather than calling regulators, it would be better to call them as facilitators of higher education, because we would like to come close to each other and facilitate the higher education in India. And all of us know that any charity could be sustained only by having sufficient funds, and this can be raised in this context only through the students' fees. And this, if it is curtailed by the state government or any other agency, then it goes to the, or it gives way to the other forms of like getting money. So I think we should understand that for running a political party, we need money, and that is why they are collecting the electoral bonds. Though the Supreme Court has told that it has to be done in a transparent way, which is the right way. I think similarly, for running any trust or for running any institution, we need money. And this money has to be self-sustainable, and it should be a transparent one. So at most we can ask for transparency in the transaction between all the stakeholders, but we should accept the bottom line that somebody has to pay for it at the end of the day. And I feel these kind of radical thinkings would be enabled by EPSI in the future, and also this conference would be like initiating a small way in that path. But thank you very much for the opportunity given to SRM.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful address. Now I would request Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, Advisor to Chancellor VIT Vellore, to please come forward and deliver his special address. We welcome you, sir. Can we have a round of applause for sir?
Our respected Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Professor T.J. Sitaram, our respected President of EPSI, Dr. M.R. Jairam, and Chancellor, Ramaya University, Bangalore, revered Dr. D.P. Singh, former Chairman UGC and presently Chancellor, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, respected Pro-Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Dr. H. Chaturvedi, alternate President of SPSI, and Mr. Palanivel, Secretary General, Chancellors, Vice Chancellors, and then distinguished Deans and others from the various member institutions of EPSI. I am here standing before you as the Chairman of the Advisory Council of EPHI, and also I represent VIT's Chancellor, Dr. G. Viswanathan, since he is away to USA to receive the honorary doctorate in laws from the State University of New York. He has specifically requested me to convey his warm wishes and felicitations for this very important meeting. And it is important that as the chief patron of EPSI, his wishes will go a long way for making a successful deliberation. I am really happy that EPSI is able to convene this roundtable discussion on higher education in India, opportunities and challenges in the context of NEP implementation. We are now in the logarithmic phase of NEP implementation. As a microbiologist, we always look at the bacterial growth curve, where when the bacteria are getting into a culture medium, they have to adapt themselves. That is called as lag phase. And then they multiply very fast, and that there is a steep increase in the number and activity of it before it goes into the stationary phase. All the higher education institutions, especially the universities, are now in the logarithmic phase because the national education policy has already been introduced. People are getting adapted, acclimatized, sensitized, and now started implementing it in various ways. Whether it is holistically implemented or fragmentally implemented is a question of discussion. That may be the topic of discussion also today. Hence, my warm greetings to all of you, and let us try to provide certain constructive suggestions to the authorities. We have the chairman of the All India Council for Technical Education, we have the former chairman UGC, and all the others who will take the lead in the implementation policies of NEP 2020 and see that we are really able to bring in the path-breaking reforms envisaged in NEP 2020. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, I would now request our President EPSI, Dr. M.R. Jairam, who is also Chancellor of Ramaiah University, to please come forward and deliver his President address. Can we have a round of applause for sir, please?
Surrendering myself to the divine, the Honorable Chairman of the EICT, Dr. Sitaraman ji, Dr. D.P. Singh ji, Advisor to the Government of Uttar Pradesh and Chancellor of Tata University of Social Sciences, Mr. Chaturvedi ji, Dr. Satyanarayan, Pro-Chancellor of the SRM University, Dr. Tyagarajan, Mr. Palnivel, the members of the EPSI, the Vice Chancellors, Chancellors, and the registrars, and all the knowledge givers who have come here together. Let me first thank Mr. Satyanarayan for giving us opportunity to conduct this EPSI Roundtable Conference in SRM University. We have been thinking about it, and after I have taken over as chairman of the EPSI, I have requested that any more meetings should be held in the respective universities in different states instead of going to five-star hotels. I think it's most important that we interact with our own brethren and find out and be with them, be associated with them. So this is the beginning. So it starts from SRM University. So this is the first of such conferences that is being held. Friends, we are here to discuss the strategic relationship. To understand this, my vision as a EPSI chairman was to see how best to bring in the government, the universities, the colleges, the state governments, and every stakeholder into one platform to discuss what is the purpose. After all, the purpose is to see how best we take care of our future younger generation, our students. They are to them we look to. And if we have done our best, I think we have done or we have served our purpose of after, whether it's the government or whether it's the institutions. The students are the great stakeholders and we have to serve them. In this background, it is very imperative for us to be together, be partners in this development. Somehow or other in the last 10 to 15 years, there was not much of interactions which are being happening. So we thought that the right time has come. The NEP implementation has just started. For the first time in the country, we see a national education policy on higher education. After 75 years, we are seeing the first time such a document and such a, where the document has been, or the law has been made in the parliament. So it is the right time for us to ponder over how best we try to implement or be a partners of this. As all of you know, that in this country is a very vast country with 1,200 universities and 44,000 colleges. Such vast. And we have all type of institutions. I was just talking to the students in Karnataka, and what came about after having the discussions with them was they were very clear that we had poor institutions and unemployability was the top priority for those students. If you're talking of poor education institutions, then it gives us so much of thinking. Where are we? What are we? If you look at ourselves, none of our institutions are in this country, which is such a great country, we say, few of them have been in the ranking, in the world ranking, whether it's Times or QS or any other. Even when you speak of our internal ranking in NRF, when there are about 450 medical institutions, we have just 60 of them who are NRF ranking. And out of that, 60 to 70% are from government sector alone. Even if you take the engineering, there's more than 4,000 or 5,000 institutions. There are about 100. And majority of them are from the government sector. Very few of them are from the private sector. This gives us a feeling of where we are, what we are, and how to go forward. The thinking processes. To this, I felt that it is now the important time has come where we have to rethink on of ourselves and how to cooperate with every stakeholder. We have to be together, to understand, to go forward, to learn, be a partners. In this, I was as a parallel, one of the instances I can give you. There were two institutions in this country which has changed the way India is today after the opening of the economy in 1990s. One was the CII and another was the Chartered Accountants of India. Let me take an analogy of these two. CII in 90s, when it was just opened up or just before the opening up, the majority of the members of CII was the public sector industries and the private sector was a very few, exactly where we are in today for knowledge sector. Very few members in the private sector. And majority of the public sector institutions were having a red carpet whenever they went to the government, and they were the people who were dictating terms as to the policies of industries in this country. And the private industries were looked under suspicion. They were not very eager to come out and say what best that we can do. But when the country opened up, things started changing. The people who are running the industries, like the CEOs or the technical people, started interacting with the government, telling them that industries are all about technologies. Industries are all about production. Industries are all about creation of wealth and economics. We cannot say that technology, without technology, what are we going to do? How are we going to run these institutions? So we have to interact with government. If you want to have an open policy in this, then why don't you hear us? That's where the first interaction or the first partnership with industry and the government took place. And what is today, after 40 years? After 40 years, they have become the permanent partners of the government. The private sector or public sector slowly has given way. Very few public sector institutions are there because they found out what the money that the government was spending on them was not able to give back to the society for the money spent. So most economic way is to encourage the private sector, and that's how the new technology they can go. They have eager to take technology from all over the world, bring in technologies, develop industries, and you see what has happened in this country. So I see a great chance for us to replicate this type of an institution. There is exactly, we are in the same place as they were 40 years back. Next 40 years, or 20 years at least, we must become the knowledge partners of the government. We should be there with them. After all, knowledge is the first in priority. If you got knowledge, then the industries can come. How does the knowledge come to industries? If we are institutions of perfectness, then I think I have no hesitation that the knowledge sector will play a very dominant role. You take any of the foreign universities or foreign governments or even in the most developed countries, it is the institutions which have played a very dominant role for the development of those countries to become a developed country. Therefore, I think a great opportunity has been given to us to become a partners of this great change. If this change can happen, sit together, whatever may be our the hurdles or difficulties. A dialogue is most important. We can sit with them, have a dialogue with them. And it's more importantly, I think we have not done this in the last 20 years after the EPSI come into existence. We have not given alternatives on the table, giving them this is the way that we think this could be the best policy for this country. That is very important. For that, the think tank, whatever the governments may be thinking is there. Is it possible? Is it good? Or is there anything that we can improve? That's exactly what we have to go to the government and say, look here, this is our proposal, this is our white paper, we have gone into this, we have now thought about it, and this could be the way out for us to make this policy, what you are thinking can be adopted. I think it will be a success story. So we may some points they may take, some points they may not take, but a dialogue has started. We become partners of that. And as days goes by, when more and more confidence comes in, I think we will be the partners sitting. So there are so many issues now. Once the national policy comes out, there are so many issues in this country. It's a continent by itself. Nobody can say this is going to, NEP, whatever that has been done is going to be final. You must understand that we have amended our constitution after 75 years more than 180 times. So we are always growing. NEP also grows. I think this can grow only when we join together. Some real effort can, if it comes, it is a changing game for this country. We can next, at least I see in 20 years from now, India becoming a knowledge center. Today we have been talking of outcome-based, education. We have not even thought about it. I don't think there is any institution which is really outcome-based. We may talk about it, but we have not done it. So how do we do it? So this is where we can give the suggestions. I would like to give a suggestion, very simple suggestions. So that you have such IITs, such the top institutions which are very ranked all over the world. You can ask them, why don't we, with the suggestion that I'd like to give, why don't you set up a team of people, or a section of one institution, of making all this, taking people, the best of people, creating the outcome-based education system, and training of trainers. That's very important. It's not that we are asking them, you please subsidize. We don't want any subsidy. Institution can send we can pay for that. Every institution is waiting for it. So the question is, how do we make this outcome-based education really, workable? If all the institutions, at least 30 to 40% of institutions in the country are really making, change, I think you just see the outcome of that. It's going to be a very big game changer. That's the reason why I'm saying that I think it's more important that we have to come together. So now it has come to a stage where we have to be with them. We have to, first of all, think of ourselves. For this purpose, so we have formed number of committees. We have formed engineering committees of the most thinkers, great thinkers, the vice chancellors, the knowledge people, for health, for social sciences, for accreditation or ranking, for rating. That's the biggest quality, the biggest, the challenge for our country. So, as EPSI, we have said that I think the quality is going to be the most important. We have to educate our people. I'll give one example in Karnataka. I'm the chairman of the Karnataka Private Colleges Association. So what we did, we knew that we had 150 engineering colleges or 180 engineering colleges. So we told them, look here, to upgrade ourselves, we partnered with QS and we brought in Karnataka, which was all India. Anybody can, they have been doing all over the country. So we told our engineering colleges, look here, we want our members association, we will subsidize 70% of the cost. We asked the QS to give a rating for all these institutions. 50 institutions came together and they have been able to get their rating. And today, all the 50% of them are NAC accredited. This is a change that has happened. So it is how we make it happen. Skill development. We talk of skills. Today unemployment. See, we have 1 lakh and, if you want me to tell of Karnataka, we have 110,000 students coming out. And employable in engineering colleges is just 19,000, just about 10%. This is nothing different from all India. We have 14 lakhs students coming out. We have about 1 lakh and 1,20,000 students are getting employed. This is just all over the country. It is just 10% of the students are getting employed. Look at the way in which 90% of our youths are still unemployed. I think we have a very great responsibility, and institutions should take the responsibility. We are not out of it. We are not here just to say that we run institutions, they pay and go, and we forget about it. I don't think that's an institution at all. Institution is one which gives that knowledge to our young generation. They must be employable. They must be able to give back to the society, stand on themselves. Until that circle is completed in education, we cannot be able to sleep and say, we have done our work. It is for them to go forward. I think that responsibility we have to take. If you want that responsibility to be taken, I take another example of chartered accounts, institutions in our country. They have got a self-regulatory mode. They say that we should self-regulate. We should understand ourselves. If we are not competent enough, the chartered accountants say that he is not competent and we will disqualify him. That is the introspection. That's what they regulate their own members. That's a great change that can happen. So we must, at least we may not be able to do that, but we must be able to regulate and help our institutions. So that's the rating. You see, now we have made the rating. Now we have made an association, or we brought in the best of minds. We are asking them to go all over the country, making our institutions to get into this rating, get into this quality control, get into this ranking, get into all that is what is good for that wish to happen. And we have also asked them to make a complete, a document, just like your NIRF or NAC, the way in which they have their, their systems. The same system, we said, you please create it and go and educate it to all the institutions in this country. That is the way in which now we have started looking at it. So next 2 to 3 years or 4 years, we want to be a real partners. EPSI should become a partner, knowledge partner of the government. We are with you. Sir, I'm very happy that the government today, many of the government institutions or heading institutions are here. The chairman of the AICT, Dr. Sitaraman, with just vast experience with DP Singh, with such a vast experience, the advisor to the government of UP has come down here, and many of the other institutions head also have come here. So this is, I think, sir, I would like to assure you one thing. We are here with you. We are with you. We are going to be partners with you. We want to give you the alternative suggestions. Give our thinking process. What is our thinking we would like to bring in? One suggestion I would like to give you, sir. Foreign universities, are being invited. The government is talking from the last 10 years. Not one institution has come. Why? Has the private institution ever thought about it and going to government and saying that if you want a workable solution, I think let us think about, can we be a partners of that? Can we make the foreign universities come here? What is the way in which I think we are better known, because we know how to run an institution in the ground level. We have formed a committee. We said, sir, we will submit a white paper to you. What is the best way to bring in the foreign universities? More foreign universities can come in without cooperation or without joining with private institutions. Let me tell you, sir, it cannot happen. This is going to be, see, why it has not happened? Because we are not partners of that. So therefore, I would say that if we are able to give, what is the way in which foreign universities can come, what are the way in which our universities can join with them, build that knowledge and make that knowledge a reality in this country. It will be a great changer, and many of our private institutions are going to grow. In next 10 years you can see if these foreign universities come into this country, I think it is going to change the way in which we are going to look at the whole knowledge sector itself. We can do. There are a number of institutions, we can be partners of them. We can deliver, but we need some hand-holding. That's all that what we need. If we are able to get their hand-holding, we understand the system, I think we can deliver it. We can do that. So today, we are all here to discuss these things. We are here to come together. Sir, take us. We believe in us. We will sit with you, talk to you. What suggestions we can give? If you say it is not right, okay, you can just leave it out. No problem. No, not all suggestions can be taken. Not all suggestions are right. There is social obligation. Let me tell you, my young friends, institutions should have also social responsibility. We cannot say that we have nothing to do with society. That cannot happen. Such institutions cannot survive for long. We have to have social linkage. Every institution should have a social linkage. We have to be part of the society. And our people, after all, this country has got so much of divisions. I think we have to take care of that downtrodden people also. Every institution should take those students and say, yes, they are part of us. I think these are very important things for us to look at larger way. That gives us confidence that we are part of that society. So this is the thinking that all of us should have. And we should say how best, and I know many of them have already started this. Many of the governments have started in different states. But I would like to say, on an overall, all India, we see this one. I think the time has come when we sit together, we plan together, we try to work together. And whatever the things that you want now, you want to do skill development. Skill development can be done by whom? By these institutions. So how to integrate the skill with institution? The students are here. How do I do it? I think this is the way in which we have to come very, very integrate and start doing that. We have implemented it in Karnataka. We have done it. Every students get into that, and we have started that, and with experience we have been telling you that this can happen when we all come together. Sir, I would like to open up this for discussion to all of you. Please be open. There is good, there is fair, there is bad. Don't be worried about it. If it is bad, let us make it fair. If it is fair, let us make it good. But let us not go from good to bad. That's not our intention. We have to improve ourselves. We have to go and grow in a better way. That is what we are meant for. So with this, I'm opening up the whole issues before this house. Such interactions will be there. Number of interactions we are going to have all over the country. We are going to move and have such interactions. And such interactions will give lot of insights on how best with different culture, different languages, and all these things, I think we'll be able to make a big dent in our understanding of this knowledge sector itself. So with this, sir, let me thank you. You are so gracious, when we asked you, you had faith in us, and you have come all the way to spend time with us, to hear us, our difficulties, our thought processes, so that you are the now mirror of the government. You are the mirror. what your impressions are, that is what is going to be taken. So therefore, we are looking to you. We are looking to you, Mr. Sitaraman ji, DP Singh ji. You are the leaders of this knowledge, having such important positions in this country. You know ins and outs. You can take us, sir. Please trust in us. We are there, sir. We are there because we are also responsible for all this. We'll be with you. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm sure all my colleagues here will stand by us and say, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your vision for EPSI, for also sharing how we can be working very closely with the government and also the facilitators. And with this, now I would request our guest of honor, Dr. DP Singh, former chairman UGC, also the Chancellor of Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, to please come forward and deliver his special address, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. DP Singh? Please.
Honorable Chairman of AICTE, my very dear and near friend, Professor T.G. Sitaramji, Honorable President of EPSI and Chancellor of Ramaiah University, Bengaluru, respected Dr. M.R. Jairamji, Honorable Pro-Chancellor SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Dr. P. Satyanarayanan ji, respected Dr. Harvansh Chaturvedi ji, alternate President EPSI and Chief Educational Advisor, Birla Academy of Arts and Culture, Kolkata, respected Professor Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan ji, former Vice Chancellor and very popular Vice Chancellor, the then Vice Chancellor of Madras University, and now Advisor VIT, Shri P. Palanivel, Secretary General EPSI, all the other office bearers of the EPSI, all the invited speakers, resource persons, eminent educationists, all the Honorable Vice Chancellors, Pro-Chancellors and former Vice Chancellors, and all the invited guests, and all the participants present here, and media persons. Friends, I am very happy to be here in this conference on higher education in India, opportunities and challenges in the context of NEP implementation, organized by the Education Promotion Society for India. EPSI has a name for itself, and how emphatically its president, respected Jairam ji, and before that the alternate president, Dr. H. Chaturvedi ji, were talking about the fruitful, meaningful, purposeful partnerships with the government and other stakeholders. And I think this is the way the India will progress. We have to think together, we have to learn together, we have to work together, and we have to deliver together for having new India. And India, which is on the path to become the global leader. The NEP 2020 National Education Policy envisions India as the global knowledge superpower in the times to come, and also as a developed India by 2047. And roadmap for that is given in the vision of the NEP 2020. The very vision of the NEP 2022, as you are aware, is to develop learners as the global citizens, but they should remain connected to their roots. Friends, when we talk of the opportunities and challenges of higher education in India in the context of NEP implementation, I think there are several opportunities, manifold opportunities. I am very happy to have today sharing this dais as chief guest Professor T.G. Sitaramji. Jairamji, he is a very stakeholder friendly, and as you were talking about, every day you will see something new happening in AICT and also at UGC. And I take this opportunity to compliment both these organizations, UGC and AICT, for being facilitators, as Satyanarayan was mentioning. The whole perception is changing. Although, yes, in the legal frameworks, UGC and AICT are the regulators, no doubt. They have to give this country a regulatory regime. But the way they are functioning is actually as facilitators, as motivators, as catalysts, as stakeholder friendly. Whatever is good for the nation, whatever good particularly for the students, the learners, the faculty, and the higher education institutions and technical institutions, both these institutions, organizations are doing exactly this same. Friends, as the NEP talks about that it is a learner-centric policy, and therefore whatever we do, whatever we think, whatever we plan, whatever we deliver, we should have in our eyes, in our focus, in our thinking process, the learners, the students. And therefore, for their future and for their engagement, for their participation as fully equipped, responsible citizens of this great nation to become the global citizens. And therefore, one of the opportunities which this policy has provided, which we will be talking more about it in terms of implementation, is related to holistic education and multidisciplinarity. Several actions have been taken proactively by the concerned organizations, and UGC brought out the regulation related to the academic bank of credits for facilitating multiple entry and multiple exit. It has happened for the first time in the country, and therefore the students can select the subjects as per their choices, as per their interest, as per their aptitudes. Then the digital learning has been promoted. A large number of MOOCs, courses and on the platform like Swayam, they are there. As far as the employability is concerned, our role is, the institution's role is to develop our learners as more employment worthy. Yes, we cannot guarantee employment for each and everyone, but we can make them employment worthy, trainable, and competent enough so that either they can earn on their own or they can get some decent employment. Both the organizations, again, Professor Sitaram ji will be talking more about AICT's initiatives, but UGC has also brought out internship and apprenticeship embedded degree programs. VWalk was already there, and as you are aware that now we have as an opportunity national credit framework which has been developed jointly by National Council for Vocational Training, by AICT, by UGC, by NCTE, by NCERT, CBSE. All of them have jointly developed it, and therefore, starting from school to higher level, there is a credit for each and every course or the program. Similarly, the University Grants Commission has brought out National Higher Education Qualifications Framework, which is going to impact positively the higher education landscape in India. By integrating general education with vocational and experiential learning, the National Credit Framework enables increased flexibility and mobility in education. Similarly, NHEQF provides a standardized framework for recognizing and accrediting qualifications, ensuring transparency and comparability across institutions. Together, both these frameworks, the National Credit Framework and National Higher Education Qualification Frameworks, pave the way for a more inclusive and dynamic higher education system. My dear friends, as you are aware that the 5 pillars of NEP are access, equity, affordability, accountability, and therefore, at the one stage, we have to think in terms of increasing the GR, which is 28.4%. Right now, as per the ICA report of 2021-2022, the NEP envisions to increase up to 50% by 2035, which is a gigantic task. And therefore, for this, the challenge is to have more infrastructure, more capacity building, to have more faculty, and also ensuring equity and inclusion, because this policy envisions equitable and inclusive education for one and all. So we have to focus on the research and innovation. We have to focus the challenges to have sustained quality of higher education. We have to have a place globally as far as the research and innovation is concerned. We should have the research which is socially relevant, nationally important, and globally significant. But yes, I agree with Dr. Jairam ji, and that together we can make a difference, and we should come, whether it is government organization, whether it is a regulatory body, whether it is a statutory body, central government, state governments, and the institutions. We should put efforts together. We should develop an amicable, conducive ecosystem for promoting higher education in this country, and which can benefit the youth of this nation and also contribute in having the Viksit Bharat by 2047. I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference, and I wish all the very best and all the success for this conference. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. With this, we are coming to the moment we all have been waiting for, to hear our chief guest today, Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaram, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Can we have a big round of applause for sir, please?
Vanakkam. Namaste to everyone. Today's president of the function, Dr. M.R. Jairam, President EPSI, Chancellor Ramaya University, Bangalore. Today's guest of honor, Dr. D.P. Singh, former Chairman UGC and also Chancellor of the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Pro-Chancellor of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Dr. H. Chaturvedi, Alternate President, EPSI, Chief Educational Advisor, Birla Academy of Arts and Culture, Kolkata. Mr. Palanivel, Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan on the dais, and all the distinguished Vice Chancellors, leaders of educators who have assembled in this hall, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to be here today to share some of my thoughts with you. And we have heard all the previous speaker talking about collaboration between the government and the private institutions who are offering the higher education in our nation. Friends, the National Education Policy 2020, the implementation is now coming to, on July 30th, will be 4 years. There are fantastic, positive case studies which have emerged out of this National Education Policy implementation. What all of us agree, actually, one thing, whether we are successful in implementing in 4 years or not, but we all agree that it is a revolutionary policy document which intended to revamp the Indian education system in its entirety. It also outlines the vision and roadmap for the development of education in India over the next few decades, so that the visionary document is not in a hurry. They are also given enough time for all of us to ponder upon and look at how we can effectively implement for the benefit of the. There is only one stakeholder in the national education policy, that is actually the students. It is a very student-centric policy where we look at all of them. So NEP 2020 envisions promoting experiential and holistic learning for all of our students, including the skilled educations, which focuses on problem solving, critical thinking and innovation. I think we need to, all of us actually agree that these are the focus area where we need to make our students to critically think and ask questions, and then also ready to solve the problems of our society and innovate so that their Atmanirbharata would become a reality in India. This policy also prioritizes providing quality education to all. So being a country of 1.4 billion people, so the accessibility and equity have to be maintained to all the students and also prepare them for the future. So these are some of the opportunities what NEP provides, starting from childhood education, the integration of vocational education and mainstream education, promotion of multilingualism. So today we can see, engineering programs are run in regional languages, across the country. The use of technology, that's another mind-boggling thing which has happened. Transformation has happened after COVID-19. Use of technology for learning and the creation of National Research Foundation for funding and promote research in education. So this policy is actually a very unique policy, and I think we all have to really work together, collaborate together, and as from the government side, I'm very confident and will tell you, this is a golden time. This is an Amrit call where we are ready to collaborate with all private institutions as Dr. Jairam requested. Sir, you don't need to request. We understand the role of the private institutions in higher education in particularly, and I think, I don't need to more emphasize this. We are with you to do what best can be brought in the higher education sector. Friends, this year, AICTE has actually started releasing their approval for each programs. You might have noticed it. Many of your colleges have downloaded it. 3 points I would like to bring to you, to all of us to bring on the same table. The first and foremost was, we had actually, I don't know how many of you read the approval, what we had given you this year. There is a little format change is also there. The first 3 points we have asked you to is self-disclosures. Mandatorily, you should disclose yourself for the benefit of students, because today, friends, it is not the AICTE is going to come and inspect. What you have to be ready is our students and parents of the institutions are going to select your institutions. They are the accreditors more than the government institutions, because social media has brought everything closer, so they can find out everything they want. So I appeal, as part of even as a regulator, we have asked you when we given an extension of approval or the new approvals. What we have said, the department-wise availability of infrastructure with approved courses should be put on your website, not to us. Okay, put it on your website. So the benefit of the students and parents to decide which institutions are following what. The second is the faculty details. How many faculty, even if you have a shortage in some sections, there are plenty of opportunities are given to you. So put up the right numbers. And then the most important is the financial disclosure. Financial disclosure, that is the audited financial statement for last 3 financial years. These are the big changes we brought, showing that private institutions, to build a confidence to work with the government, these are the disclosures has to be made public, so that public are in participation with all of you. Okay, so NEP actually emphasizes this particular part of disclosures also, so that you can be, because this policy emphasizes this, where self-disclosure is more than inspector. We have to move away from the inspector Raj. We have to be responsible ourselves. Then, we can ask the government to say, okay, give these facilities, we can also be part of this. So the main emphasis of the NEP, I'll come to the technical part of the NEP implementation. This is a multidisciplinary approach. That's which allows students to choose subjects across disciplines. I think this is a golden time again to come together, within their institutions, that merge the different disciplines in a same campus, work together and provide opportunities to students to learn what they would like to learn, rather than too much of prescription. So prescriptions are necessary initial days. Friends, we have come a very long way. I will tell you that story as well in a little while, after addressing the topic of today's, that higher education in India is the topic of today. The opportunities and challenges in the context of NEP implementation. NEP implementation is actually facing a major challenge in the multiple entry exit, and also 4-year degree implementation plan. I think all of us have to come together and make this happen first. Make it flexible. 4-year degree is an excellent option, because which you'll place our student on par with any international students. Okay? And gives them a lot of opportunity to specialize themselves and learn what they could have not learned in 3 years. So the next important is the NEP emphasizes flexibility in curriculum design. Dr. Jairam talked about the autonomy. So autonomy has given you that, create your own curriculum. Even AICTE, when we say model curriculum, we actually say model curriculum. Why? Because it's a model only. You can actually modify the way it suits you, and it depends on your institution's strength and the faculty you have. So this policy, which emphasizes on flexibility in curriculum design, credit transfers, multiple entry and exit points. So one positive thing I would like to share from the government side is, APAR is a new ID for every student. Unique ID from Balavatika to PhD, there will be a unique ID called APAR, okay, which is linked to Aadhaar. And this APAR ID, along with academic bank of credits, so you will be able to actually do the credit transfers. So I think today I'm very happy to tell you more than 30 crore registered students on APAR ID and academic bank of credits. Now we have to also start putting the degree certificates and certificates they've got on the academic bank of credits, so that they don't need to carry these hard copy things first. And there are many other advantages. I don't need to elaborate to the august audience, particularly you are all in the educational sector. Second, NEP emphasizes the development of skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, creativity and communication. So AICTE has launched a new, we understand there is a challenge because every education is about employability. So we have launched AICTE career portal with 5 lakh companies coming together on that portal. We will actually connect them to the employers. This career portal is already functional, and all the institutions I request to join this portal, and we will provide a good connectivity to the employers, because of particularly rural engineering colleges having a difficulty in such things. NEP prioritizes research and innovation. Okay, encouraging the establishment of research institutions, and we have asked in our AICTE guidelines that every institution should have an R&D cell and also work closely with industry, and we are making a very flexible, what is called as professors of practice. UGC has brought professor of practice, everybody, all of you appreciate it. But the problem there was 15 years of experience in industry. I think some of the emerging areas in engineering have not seen 15 years, ladies and gentlemen. They're all 5 years, 10 years. New areas like blockchain, okay, and cyber security. They're all very, very new, and very young people are only the experts, not the older people. So what we have done at AICTE, soon next week we will get we have already discussed and many meetings have happened, committee has submitted the report, that we will have an assistant professor of practice, associate professor of practice and full professor of practice with 5 years, 8 years and 15 years of experience as per the UGC for the last one. UGC, we have followed the similar thing as what UGC has said, but 5 years, so you don't need a PhD actually. So please appoint up to 20%. We are also encouraging women who have left their jobs due to several reasons, either from an industry or from an academic, and to fulfill the family requirements, raising the children. So we are also giving them an opportunity to come back as assistant professor of practice, professors of practice, up to 20% in your cadre ratio, which can match. Okay, so that is a new initiative which AICTE has brought, and I hope you will make use of it, because those people will bring in different talent to education sector, and they come with new fresh ideas from both industry as well as, after a break, to learn new things. It will be easier. Otherwise, it will be a monotony of the same thing which is going on. And there is a lot of increase of use of technology in education. The NEP advocates the integration of technology in teaching and learning process, and today this blended learning is here to stay after COVID-19. It's not going to go away. Please, we need to adopt more and more. So digital learning, self-learning is part of NEP implementation as well. Self-learning. That means even today we have what is called as Swayam Plus. All of you know Swayam, which is the largest MOOCs platform in the world, 10,000 courses, and government has also taken initiative to upgrade upgrade the curriculum or the content of the SWAYAM. Again, all revisions is going to take place now in the SWAYAM portal. And then SWAYAM Plus, that means even the top-notch companies also can come in, private companies can come in with their microcredits, and this can be creditized for the students. So SWAYAM Plus is going to be a very useful platform. Both UGC, AICTE has said clearly to you, 40% of the courses to be encouraged to the students. Please make sure that every institution follow this, that large number of courses should be taken through this SWAYAM platform. Soon there will be a policy on how to evaluate them. Examination, right now IIT Madras is doing most of the courses by students paying 1,000 rupees. Instead of that, even your institution should be able to do an evaluation system if you have enough number of students in your college. So students will learn through self-learning, but they're going to evaluate at your college at the end of the semester and get a grade. This is going to be the new. So one of the biggest challenges for NEP 2020 is the implementation, as you know, and that is actually in your hands, more than just the government. Government can issue the policies. So it has to be implemented at a ground level. Friends, the policy covers a wide range of areas which require significant investment as well and infrastructure. Again, that is also with the private institutions, because large number of them where you can put that. So the successful implementation of the policy requires cooperation from all the stakeholders. As Dr. Jairam was highlighting, that not only the central and including the state governments have to also cooperate. And along with that, all the education institutions and most importantly the industry and the private sector has to also jump in to support the implementation of NEP, because funding and infrastructure is very key for all of them. So NEP also requires significant reforms at the grassroots level, including revamping the curriculum. So AICTE is doing every year now religiously the curriculum. We have already revamped 3 courses. So we're going to be coming to other courses soon. And training teachers. Our Atal Academy is doing a lot of efforts in the training of teachers. And upgrading the infrastructure, that is where we are also trying to come up with new funding mechanisms for very focused research and innovation areas we are going to fund. And this, despite the emphasis on inclusivity, AICTE is also releasing a lot of scholarship for students. Okay, recently we have announced scholarship for BBA, BCA and BMS students, girl students needy. And also we are going to announce, very importantly, scholarship for core engineering students. Okay, core engineering entire fee will be paid, because the number of students coming in, good quality students coming into core engineering is reducing. Numbers are not a problem actually even today. Good quality core engineering students are there, so we wanted to attract them with scholarships. So soon we're going to announce 5,000 scholarships for core engineering students. Friends, let me also tell you, there is a great hope for our institutions. IITs, so today are brand ambassadors, all of you know, and the whole world actually compliments. Even recently American government has thanked all the IIT alumni who are serving America, correct? But let's look at the story of IIT itself. In 51, IIT Kharagpur started. Okay, as a director of IIT, 6th IIT, Guwahati, I will tell you up to 1961, there were 5 IITs. Okay, then afterwards 1994 only the IIT Guwahati was born, and 7th IIT was the Roorkee, and then today we have 23 IITs. These institutions were merely teaching engineering, good quality engineering student in very small numbers. Up to 2003, they were not any research universities. Let me tell you a story, a statistics or a paper which has come out in Current Science in 2003, looked at how many research publications, good quality research publications comes from these institutions of higher learning. This survey actually clearly highlighted by then there were 7 IITs, all the 7 IITs put together, number of research publications were less than 1 Indian Institute of Science. That is my alma mater. Okay, that was the story of 2003, friends. 2023, today, If you look back, IIT Madras is surpassed Indian Institute of Science in terms of publications, in terms of citations, and many positive things have happened among all these IITs, and these IITs are actually today not just paper producing or patent producing or startup producing institutions, they are multidisciplinary research universities have become. Okay, some of the good top IITs are today on par with world-class universities, or I will say, after traveling extensively, is much better than many of the top world-class universities. I think some of you very experienced educators sitting here will agree with me. So this all happened in how many years? That's the question I'm actually posing to you. In 20 years. With limited funding, even, see, none of the IITs receives, we are all actually taking loans to build our infrastructure. Only interest-free loan government gives us. There is no funding extra for us in the last 10 years. Only higher education financial funding has come, HEFA, okay, which is actually the Canara Bank is actually giving us loans to all IITs to build infrastructure. Okay. It is not coming as a grant to us. Only government gives us a grant is the salaries for the IITs. So in 20 years, these IITs have been transformed into multidisciplinary research universities. There is a fantastic story I will tell you. How many private universities I am going, they have a potential to become better than these institutions in another 10 years to come, if all of us work together. Okay? And today, I will also give you the numbers. Because many of you worried about quality of the institution. I think the first speaker talked about the quality. That is actually Chaturvedi ji. And but let me tell you today how many people are graduating. As he here rightly said, IITs, all 23 IITs graduate 15,000 students. Okay, that's all. Undergraduate 4-year degree program, 15,000 graduates will come out from all these 23 IITs put together. All National Institute of Technology brings out another 20,000 students. But AICTE approved institutions in engineering, friends, 1.4 million, that also number you heard, 14 lakhs students graduate every year. So you are all worried about quality. But let me tell you, these are the 4.4 million engineers today keeping the flag of India very high. Whether it is Chandrayaan, Aditya L1, none of them are IIT and NIT graduates there. Please understand this. And majority of them are girl students, 30%, 25 to 30% of the students are girl students. You saw when Chandrayaan was put on orbit, okay, when it landed on the moon, when even America failed to put, many private company recently after India landed on the South Pole, an American satellite actually miserably failed to land on the moon. And you know the Russian launched failure before that. But this is all possible because there is an excellent quality engineers. And you tell me, at least in engineering and management education, I can assure you, we have delivered, not just for India, ladies and gentlemen, we have delivered it for the whole world. You show me any company without an Indian engineer working. And any top technology companies are today headed by Indian diaspora. They are all, at least one degree they have it in India. And I think these are all positive news, friends. So let's take this positive to the next level. I completely agree. We have to work together to take that to the next level. And we are maybe the second largest today in the engineering fraternity, but we would like to become number one, and this is quite possible, and NEP will play a major role in that. We need to bring in a lot of flexibility into that. And today, let's look at the numbers as well. We are third largest paper producing country in the world in research publications, okay? Third largest in the world. And in terms of patents, not bad. When you compare to 2010, 100 patents, today we are 80,000 patents, and we are again the third largest patent producing country in the world. So we need to also increase that approval of the patents. That is, now I talked about the filed patents. So the awarded is 1/3 of it. So coming to the startups, all of you know the story. 1,25,000 startups have happened in just about 10 years. less than 10 years. And out of this, as you know, 125 are unicorn producing more than 500 billion worth capital, which is 1/4 of that is actually flown from outside to India. So this is really an Amrut call for at least the technical and management education in the country. In the STEM areas, our students are excellent. They have delivered to the whole world. So I think we have to keep that in mind and take that to the next level and put all these practices what NEP talks about to take the higher education to the next level, because we haven't really done much in the higher education, because 4.3 crores, that means as Professor Singh, DP Singh highlighted, 28.3 students out of 100 students only come to higher education. So our goal is 50 by 2035. But any developed nation called to be has how many in the higher education? Gross enrollment ratio is more than 85%. Majority of the developed nation has more than 85% of the students come to higher education. Okay, whether it is South Korea, Japan, or Israel. So we have a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of numbers. Even though we are the second largest higher education country in the world, but still we have a long way to go in terms of our own demography. I think we have a fantastic opportunity, and all our people are very young. 500 million people are aspiring to study. So I think we need more universities, more colleges. I think government has realized that, and more IITs, more IISc, more. I don't think is enough any, because so many are there, and the world is now plagued with a lot of problems. You have seen a lot of wars have broken out, except everywhere in the world. So which will also again bring a focus on India. So developed India, I feel, is no more a dream. It's going to be a reality. But we all have to work together. That's collaboration in higher education is the key. Without education, we cannot be a developed India. So we need to bring our kids to higher education. To do that, many things we have to do. We have already highlighted some of them in the early part of my speech. Okay, that is what government is. Less governance, more it will be the practice will be happening in the new government as well. So there will be less governments. So that means, we are going, our rules will become very lighter. You have seen AICT is already doing that. We are very, very light, but our inspections will actually start if you are not disclosed properly. That's why we are asking you to disclose yourself. So NEP will be the actually agenda for us in the next 25 years. I'm not even saying, even though our goal is by 2035, we wanted to implement most of the NEP, but I'll tell you the next agenda will be actually NEP, because it has so many positive elements which will bring in flexibility to every student sector. So coming to the last part of my speech is, friends, we are all in a very disruptive innovation period. Particularly this artificial intelligence will change the way we live, will work together. AI, artificial intelligence, generative AI is going to change the entire education sector. See, the way we give assignments, we evaluate, will change. So what is the best medicine for all this? We need to adapt to the new change. We should not be scared of that. We cannot ban that. So that banning yuga is gone. We have to embrace these new technology and make all our students. So AICT has taken steps. Soon we are going to come out with 1 lakh trained in artificial intelligence, both in the terms of teachers and it's going to be part of every curriculum in every engineering. The civil, mechanical, AI is going to be. Friends, why I am saying this is artificial intelligence has taken the role of a poet, musician, an artist. We all thought that these professions cannot be acquired skills. It has to come through your genes. But this machine, what it has done is, it is doing at a speed which we can never think of. Because a musician, at least 15 years he has to slog to become an expert. But this machine can compose the music, play the music better than the many human beings in 15, 20 seconds. Let me tell you one simple story and conclude my speech. When I joined AICTE, ChatGPT also came in. Okay, that was November 22nd, December. I asked the ChatGPT one day evening, I was just quietly sitting and thinking about what are the new programs we can do, but let me understand what AICTE does. I asked the ChatGPT to write about what does the AICTE does in higher education. It poured out 25 pages, okay? But anyway, I didn't have patience to read it, but I wanted to be smarter than that machine. So I said, ChatGPT, please write a beautiful poem of 4 stanzas in 4 lines each, okay, explaining the role of AICTE. Believe me, you go and try this today, okay? Believe me, beautiful poem, 4 lines emphasizing on innovation, startups, entrepreneurial activity, experiential learning, and all the schemes of AICTE came out. And then, I asked it to translate it to Hindi. In another 10-15 seconds, it came out. So I took a delegation to Taiwan. I saw one project of one of the students which caught my attention. The student actually did a robot playing a keyboard, okay? But he has also brought in AI to compose the music. That means a musician role. In 15 seconds, every time the music or the poem, I asked the question, poem was different, ladies and gentlemen. It is not a plagiarized item. It is not a copied item. You can go and try. Every time it gives you a different way of perception. So it all depends on what you did in the previous 1 hour on the work on the ChatGPT. It will also take your views and your thought process and does this. And all of you know, Soro, how it has changed the sketching and diagrams and artist's role. So we should not be scared of these machines which are doing at exceedingly the top speed. So that is why critical thinking, inculcating critical thinking on our young minds is very, very important, and we have to put them above these machines, because these machines can do at a speed which we can never imagine. And that's mind-boggling speed, and mind-boggling changes are happening. So this young generation are capable of doing these things. You might have seen they are very conversant, but their direction is going towards wrong direction. Looking at Facebook and flipping those 2 minutes videos which diverts their mind. So instead we can actually divert their all force towards the new problem-solving capabilities of generative AI and other things. So these are the changes which we are seeing. When we are changing, a lot of disruption is happening, and disruption is bound to happen in education sector as well. So where we need to make our young people, to create newer ideas, to create newer startups. So that's where AICTE has done a very big Innovation Councils. If you don't have one, please establish Institute Innovation Council at your institute, which is again Ministry of Education's Innovation Council, which is located at AICTE, will help you to create that. So we have a startup policy, we have funding for that, we have also put together ventures now. So soon we're going to come, and all our regional offices are converted to India's innovation centers. There will be technology, tech gurus who are going to help students and faculty to commercialize their ideas. So these are all new things which are happening at AICTE, which I would like to share. And overall, we have heard a lot of positive things. There is a positive vibrations. I think this is a golden time. We need to come together, to work together, so that National Education Policy 2020, which presents us several opportunities. Through this document, we can transform higher education in India, addressing the associated challenges. Definitely there are challenges as well. So it is not everything is rosy. But at the end, so we need to put concentrated efforts from all stakeholders and a sufficient commitment to reform this education to be the leader of higher education in the world. With these few words, and I very profusely thank all of you for patiently listening to me in this little longer speech of mine, but I'll assure you a lot of positive things will happen, and there will be a very less governance and more of technology usage is going to happen in the new coming years, and I hope all of you will be participating in that journey. So where we can take the higher education and particularly the STEM areas to the whole world. And we have the numbers, we have the quality, we have the also adaptability to the new environment, capability to adopt. With these few words, thank you very much. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. It was actually a very wonderful address by you. With this, now I would request Mr. P. Palanivel, Secretary General of EPSI, to please propose the word of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siddhaji. I won't take much of time, hardly 2 to 3 minutes only. So, it's my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. And in fact, my sincere thanks to Professor Sitaram sir and Professor D.P. Singh sir. And our President Dr. Jairam sir asked me, today we are having only that Sitaramji. Then I told him, no sir, today we are having for the ACT as well as that UGC and NAC also. Then how? All of them have come, that UGC, and yes, of course, Mr. D.P. Singh sir is here because his vast experience in the NAC as well as the UGC, everyone knows about him, and then, he is a man for that. Now he is an advisor for that UP government also as well as that PM also. So if he is here, means it is the entire regulators are here, and then it is a very good interactions. This is what I told him. And while our Professor Satya sir was speaking that he told for that it is for the facilitator and everything. Sir, Satya sir, I want to say one thing. When EPSI was started 2005, we started our journey in the year of 2005. Balchandra Mangekar was inaugurated the conference. That was a conference in the 2005 autonomy in this one, autonomy and regulatory issues. So wherein that Balchandra Mangekar was first speaker in our EPSI conference. After that, we have come to Chennai only. You don't know, sir, in fact, your father, Parivendar, was the first one has sponsored for EPSI, and we have done it in that Chennai only at Le Meridian Hotel, wherein that Surjit Singh Barnala, the governor, was a chief guest. That time itself, even that Parivendra also told, I recollect the words, even if EPSI could be able to achieve something, that will be the very, even 10% of that achievement, if he could be able to do it, that will be the very big achievement. This is what he told in his speech. I don't know whether he is remembering it or not, but I am remembering, because we are the one is not. In fact, Dr. Chaturvedi sir was here, he knows it, and today we reached in every parts of the country, and we are having something like more than 8,000 members. And why I am connecting this one, our current president, Dr. Jairam sir, is telling to me, Palani, you please, wherever you want to do for the roundtable discussions, this should be done only in that institution level only. Today, if you are going to some institution, tomorrow you have to go to some other institution. If it is for any type of national conferences or something, that may be different. But you have to do it, and then in that institution level only. And once he has implemented this one, again, you are the one is the first we are doing it. This is the first one doing in the private institutions in this one. And of course, our D.P. Singh sir very rightly said, we have to work together. These points, this even for that Sitaramji also has told, we are not regulators, they are doing the facilitator. Yes, because whenever we want to meet for the Sitaram sir, or even when he was that D.P. Singh sir was the chairman NAC or UGC, and he always is welcome. Not only for the EPSI, whoever is going for the institution side, he always welcome. He used to give the suggestion. In fact, if there is anything is happening, if it is not in the right perspective also, he used to guide. He used to guide, and then how to do it, how to rectify it, each and everything they used to do it. So both of them are here. Our sincere thanks to you, sir. And of course, Jairam sir is having that wonderful ideas. They want to do it for that, the CAA and FICCI like that one, definitely. Because, even that very recently in the last 9th also, we had an interaction meeting with, at Bangalore for medical institutions, wherein it has been taken a decision that what are all the contribution has done in that deemed universities. Similar way, we have to do it in the medical institutions also. That work also is going to be happen, wherein Professor Tyagarajan sir, Ved Prakash sir, and Rajdan sir, and all other peoples are the members. We have formed the different committees of members. Already our president has explained. This way, as you know, the EPSI is progressing it, and all of you are, of course, all of them are is wholeheartedly supporting it. All the vice chancellor, deans, and everyone else here. In fact, this I could able to see for the many vice chancellors, Professor Tirivasangam sir, and Sasiprabha ma'am, and Balaji Vidyapati VC, the deans of that SRM. So many people are coming here, and I'm sure this roundtable discussion will give a fruitful discussion. We are having the 2 more rounds of discussions also, and my sincere thanks to media and Mr. Nandakumar sir also. Of course, that Vice Chancellor Muttamil Chelvan sir is, the day we started, daily we are in touch with him. He is wholeheartedly extending the support, the registrar and everyone. My sincere thanks to all, and hosting that entire event by the SRM University. Once again, I thank you very much. My thanks to my friends, my colleagues, Sumit and Rajendra, because we are not having very big team. We are having a very small team only, so that only we could also able to deliver it. Because there is no other person to give some kind of that charge. You please do this work. Whether it is, even if you want to give a cup of glass of water also we have to give. Even if you want to share the dice also we have to do it. So that we don't have any kind of the hesitation. And my sincere thanks to my friend Mr. Siddha Jain also, Mr. Nandakumar and all other people. Once again, thank you very much. Kindly please join for the, in fact, we are running late, so we can take a tea and then we can come back. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palnivel. Before we break for tea, we would just request Dr. Satyanarayana ji and Dr. M.R. Jairam to please present. Can we have a round of applause, please? One more token of appreciation for Dr. D.P. Singh to be presented. Thank you very much, sir. After this, we'll also have a group photograph. We'll just go for a group photograph and we'll have a very short tea break. All are requested to have a very short tea break, please. One group photograph, please. Thank you once again to all the dignitaries on the stage. Heartfelt appreciation for one and all. With this, we'll start with our first session for today, which is a panel discussion on quality research through research and innovation in higher education institutions. Our speakers for the day, the chairman of the session will be Dr. D.P. Singh, former chairman UGC and Chancellor Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. And our honorable speakers for the day are Dr. P.N. Razdan, Principal Advisor, Ramaiah Group of Institutions, Bangalore. Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, Pro-Chancellor, Academy of Maritime Education and Training, Chennai. Professor C. Muthamai Chelvam, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Dr. T. N. Nagabhushna, Vice Chancellor, Kishkinda University, Ballari, Karnataka. Mr. Gurucharan Golekeri, Director, Ramaiah University, Bangalore. Can I request all the speakers to be on the stage? We'll be having our expert guest, Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaram, also honoring this particular panel. Thank you very much, sir.
We could request Sitaramji to speak first because he has to leave.
Yeah. Since Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaramji has to leave early for his visit to Delhi, flight to Delhi, so I would first request him to come forward and share his thoughts on the topic. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have a round of applause for sir? Thank you.
So, namaskar again. You just heard me, a very long speech, but I will not make a very detailed points to you. On this, the session is on research in higher education. Is that session correct now? Quality assurance. Quality assurance through research and innovation in higher education institutions. So this issue of quality assurance, morning also we discussed, and it is a very favorite topic to all academicians. And particularly when a lot of private institutions are there, we're all thinking that we are only doing fantastic things, others are not doing things. So this is coming from Chairman AICTE, okay? I'm telling you. So I have to tell you, there are a lot of passionate people even outside the government, because India is sort of a country now today is recognized for their quality, at least engineering and management graduates. Today we have everywhere, our students are everywhere. So let's look at what are we doing in higher education through quality assurance. So because Dr. D.P. Singh is there, he is going to talk about NAC. And friends, please watch out. Accreditation is going to go, and it's going to change the way is being done. It will not be done in the future. It will be a complete transformation in accreditation. And accreditation is very, very important and very key. All of us have to participate, and more than just participate, we should celebrate. Then only the confidence among the common people will be very high. So this accreditation is actually a learning curve for an institution. So where are the lacunas? Where are the things? It's more of a, rather than today it has become like, A++ name is bigger than, A++ bigger than the university name. That should change. First thing I would like to appeal to all, don't give so much of importance to accreditation. If you remember, rankings also, it's very important to participate. We have to feel low when you did not get a good ranking. For example, when I was the director of IIT, 7 of the IITs have actually boycotted the ranking. I think many of you might have read in the newspaper. We had a lot of deliberation. We did not simply boycott them just one day thinking that, okay, we are not doing well in that ranking, we will boycott. No. We have actually called them, deliberated with the ranking, similarly QS ranking also. When we talk to them and parameters, we try to explain to them what you are doing, which are not really amenable for our country, particularly, during COVID-19, I will tell you, IIT Guwahati, which is the remote part of the country, and it is the 6th IIT, which is one of the newer IITs. But you know how many students? We had close to about 8,000 students, and I mapped during COVID-19 where are they coming from, which districts of India they are coming from. To my surprise, out of 850 or 870 districts in the country, I had students from 620 districts, including Andaman, Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep. We had students at IIT Guwahati. So similar things are happening across our country in many institutions. Okay, that means we have a lot of diversity among our students, and whether each of the students, if you look at, they look different, they eat different, they talk different. Okay, but such a diversity you don't see that even in America. Okay, at least all of us speak only in English there. Okay, so in that context, I think we are a very highly diversified country. We have to recognize our strength in the diversity rather than as a weakness. So we have to be very bold enough to accept that all regional languages, for example, Tamil being the oldest language, we have to recognize that in their state, Tamil has to be the prime speakers. There is no choice for us. So, and I think we also accept that even other languages are equally important, whether it is Hindi or Tamil, Kannada. You know, I actually got educated in Kannada medium, in Kannada speaking school. Okay, so it doesn't matter, you know, that's why I said, you know, all languages should be encouraged. And I even, whenever I go and talk to teachers in our teaching learning academy at AICTE, I say, please speak to them in local regional language as much as possible, wherever it is possible. Because when you have students from across, you can speak in one language, but if you have students or teachers from Tamil Nadu, you can actually start talking in Tamil. There is nothing wrong about it. We should be proud of that actually. So that's what I keep telling Chairman. So we are also written letters formally as Chairman AICTE to all the institutions to converse in regional languages in their classrooms as much as possible. That doesn't mean that we are going to let down who is going to take our students' employability, because employability is also next session you are going to talk about. So it doesn't mean that we are going to ridicule English. English is going to be the language also, connecting language, but we should also be proud of our languages and develop materials. So I would like to share what AICTE has done in developing course materials, contents, which are based on the model curriculum AICTE has developed. So in the diploma, first and second year, all subjects, 5 streams: civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, electrical, computer science. In these 5 subjects, all textbooks have been developed on outcome-based education textbooks. They are not run-of-the-mill textbooks, and written by very good, experienced professors of IIT, IITs, as well as some of my AICTE good institutions. And these materials are completely developed, and they have been translated to 13 different languages, and all are available at free of cost. After I joined, I made even first year, which was actually given to some agency as a copyright material, but then we bought that back from a publisher, and it is now AICTE copyrighted material, which is available on our e-Kum portal of AICTE. All these textbooks are freely available to download, and very interesting news is 7 lakh downloads have happened from 70 plus countries across the world, downloading the books. What are these books? They are, as I told you, it could be starting from Python programming, C programming, and elements of civil engineering, fluid mechanics, strength of materials. These are the textbooks, and all these textbooks are not run-of-the-mill textbooks what you found in library. These are developed based on the outcome, based on the model curriculum of AICTE, and each unit has a unit objective and outcome. Each chapter has an objective and an outcome, and a textbook also has an objective. And another important feature is they are all QR code embedded inside for additional material reading for students. So students can just use their mobile phone, and they are the fantastic textbooks which I have not seen. And as I told you, 7 lakh downloads have not happened just like that, because the whole world is watching what kind of content we have creating. These are all our model curriculum in semiconductors, which we developed recently, about a year back, has been adopted by many IITs. Don't believe me. Even though they are also part of developing that curriculum in AICT committees. You know how AICT works, all of you know. I don't need to explain, because we all take resources from you people only, from universities. They come as an expert committee member, sit in AICT, develop, and then send it to chairman AICT for approval, and then we circulate it as a regulation or a guideline or a document. Okay. So a lot of changes have happened, ladies and gentlemen, and particularly in the research innovation sector. I want to tell you, I don't want to name an institution, but I will tell you, for example, animal test facility. Even in Chennai, there is a fantastic animal test facilities in a private institution when compared to even some of the IITs. I don't want to name, but you know which university I am referring to. Okay, so like that, so it is one example, whether it is in our laboratory, in our institutions. So AICT institutions are very advanced. Wherever I go, I have seen a lot of surprises. Okay, co-location of industry. Some institution, small institution in outskirts of Chennai or within Chennai has transformed the way it has been delivered education. The students will be working with international companies and manufacturing products within the college. So these are all what's called as co-location of industries. So a lot of incubations are happening, but it's in the early phase. I also agree there are many institutions which doesn't have any facilities. I'm not going to talk about those things. That is the job of us, to monitor and change them. Okay, that we are going to do. That is what we have done. If you can see our approval process this time, no capping of seats. Good institutions are going to select however number of students they will get, but based on showing appropriate faculty, infrastructure, and what is required. So then automatically, today, as I told you earlier, student and parents are also accreditors. They are one of the accreditors actually. Today, that's why if we are well-performing institution, this time, first time in APH, approval process handbook, we have changed it. If some of you observed it carefully, well-performing institutions, we have changed it to 5 categories. One is in top 1,000 of QS World ranking, or the ranking, and then NIRF ranking. Anywhere you appear, not just 100, anywhere. Okay, even if you are shortlisted in the National Institute of Ranking Framework, because they bring out very small number. So, because our numbers are larger. And then NAC accreditation 3.01 and above as presently. And then, we say if an institution has taken admission of students consecutively for 5 years with 80% and above, students have joined, that means that institution is recognized institution among the students and the faculty. So these are the well-performing institutions. We are actually using them for many activities. Yeah. So I just wanted to say a few of these things. I think quality assurance is a very, very important activity, and research and innovation will actually play an important role in that. And we have to make all our students and faculty to get involved in research and innovation activities, and there also AICT's role as major, particularly through Institute Innovation Councils. So please take a look at those new features. So I don't want to go beyond this. Thank you very much. These are my personal views. So if there are any specific questions, you can write to chairman at aict-india.org. We will respond to you. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving your views on the topic. With this, I would now request Dr. D.P. Singh to please lead the session as he is chairing this particular panel discussion. Thank you, sir. Sit and do it, then that's
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sitaramji, Honorable Chairman of AICT, for his opening remarks related to quality assurance through research and innovation in higher education institutions. In this session, we have very eminent other speakers also, and since we are running late, I would request all the speakers to have 10 minutes time for each one of us. So may I start with Professor I.K. Bhatt? You are also? No, you are not there. Achha, your name is there. Okay. So I request Dr. P.N. Rajdan, the Principal Advisor, Ramaiah Group, Bengaluru, to present his views on quality assurance through research and innovation in higher education institutions. While doing so, I would request to highlight the best practices related to the topic which are happening in your institution. So because the others should know about those things.
Good afternoon. I'll ensure that I will restrict you to 10 minutes. I'll mostly speak on the data as far as the role of EPSI is concerned. Because as far as EPSI is concerned, we want to ensure that the accreditation part, we take the responsibility in accordingly. Some of the data I am sharing with you for the benefit how EPSI can contribute as far as the quality assurance is concerned. Next. You see, it's a fact that for the accreditation, the things are very important as far as the creating the trust on the quality at all levels concerned. I don't want to touch this point. Next, I go straight to the NBA data. Next. Next. You see, as on today, when I talk of today, I am talking of the institutions which have been approved by AICT in 2019. Those who are eligible for accreditation by NBA as on today. We have roughly 58,000 programs under different categories which are eligible for NBA accreditation as on today. However, next slide. Total number of programs which have been accredited by NBA during last 5 years, it's a data which has been given only last week in the executive committee. This data has been shared. That means hardly 7,000 programs have been accredited by NBA during last 5 years. Next slide. Go back to okay. This one thing is very clear, that hardly 8% programs are not accredited, which means it's basically the reluctance of the institution to go for the NBA accreditation. The institutions are sort of afraid from going for, since all those institutions are approved by AICT, they've got all the norms, they've got all the requirements, there is no reason why they must not go for the NBA accreditation. And the NBA Accreditation Secretariat has recently, in the last executive meeting, mentioned that the waiting period is hardly 6 to 9 months for the processing. That means delay is not from the NBA. Delay is from the institutions. Delay is from we people that we are not applying for the NBA accreditation. And EPSI will come forward to help the institutions as far as the NBA accreditation is. Next. Coming to the NAC. Next. Till February 2024, 376 universities have been accredited by NAC. Out of that, mostly 97 universities are the deemed universities which have a compulsory accreditation to be done. So, next slide. Now see, in 2019, 1111 universities were approved for the universities by the UGC. And out of that, only 370 universities have been accredited. That means it's hardly 33% universities have been accredited. Of course, the private state universities are well established since long. However, the state private universities are recently established. There may be delay in them, but state universities are long established. The problem is they are not coming forward for the accreditation. Again, the private universities have a role, and EPSI is here again to help them to see how we can help them, partner with them, mentor with them to go for the NAC accreditation. There's nothing big in the NAC accreditation. It's only the psychological thing that we are afraid of going for the accreditation. Next, going for the colleges, it's more worst. Total 5,863 colleges have been accredited up to February 2024. However, next, total number of colleges is 42,000. Now, out of these 42,000 colleges, which have been established by the states and this one, only 5,000 colleges are accredited, which means again that most of those colleges are self-financing. Again, the role of EPSI, role of us, responsibility of us is quite significant. So we are already willing to partner to help them for how we can go for the accreditation. Next, NRF. NRF is an excellent effort of the government of India. When I say the excellent efforts, in the sense, those institutions which come in the ranking, you get them published, their rankings. However, those institutions which don't come in the brand of those list of the 100 or 200, they also are getting ranked. Those colleges get the information, where does they stand, and at the same time, public does not know. Which means, for the institutions, to help the institutions, NRF is one of the most efficient, excellent procedure to analyze where we stand. We have not to spend even a single money. We have not to spend anything for the NRF accreditation ranking. We have just to submit the data. But the problem is we are not willing to provide the data. We are again afraid. Don't be afraid from the NRF, because if you don't get in the ranking, still confidentially, NRF Secretariat will tell you in writing where does you stand. It's an internal perception for you people, where does you stand. Next. Now see, go back. In 2019, 3,127 institutions has applied for the NRF ranking. While as when we go to next 24, 5,554 institutions had and increased by 77%. Standing here, I have something very bad to inform on. Next. While as when the distribution within the regions are concerned, in 2019, from the northern states, 677 institutions had applied. South data is next. Now here is the worry. During these 4 years, the increase in the number of NRF institutions applying for the ranking from the south has increased by only 38%, while as from the east it has increased by 200%. While as from the north it has increased by 99%, and from the west by 100%. However, from the south, the number of institutions which have increased during the last 4 years is hardly 38%. Now coming to the domain-wise, see now the domain-wise. Engineering, only 1,300 institutions have applied, when the numbers are roughly 6,000. Similarly, these are the data of different types of categories. Colleges, only 2,000 colleges have applied, while as there are 35,000 colleges. Why we don't share? It's only sharing the data. It's only putting this data on our website. We get the ranking, or if don't get the ranking, still we will get the where does we stand. Next. So when we talk of the NEP, I don't want to close it. I don't want to go in much detail. Strengthening of NAC, NEP speaks strongly about the accreditation. EPSI can offer valuable mentorship program designed to assist non-accredited higher education institutions in navigating and successfully completing accreditation process. Next, quickly. So EPSI is coming forward with different types of support, whether it's the mentoring, strategy, mock accreditation reviews, stakeholders engagement, and document support. Next. This is just next. So EPSI significantly contributes, seeking a hand-holding for the accreditation. We will not charge anything from any institution. Only how we are planning to do it, as per the EPSI's ideas, those institutions which are accredited, those institutions which have well established, their faculties are the mentors. They will go to the institutions which are weak, so that within our community, within the community of our self-financing institutions, we can help each other. There will be no expenses involved except for the travel of the faculty from one institution to another institution. It's a hand-holding which will be coordinated by EPSI in a big way. Next. That's all. Thank you very much. This is a brief contribution of EPSI, how we can help for the quality assurance, improving the quality assurance, which is the concept of NEP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajdan Saab. Very excellent presentation. I must appreciate the study and the presentation because you have provided a large number of data related to the NAC grading, IF ranking, and what are the distributions region-wise, subject-wise. So I must compliment, and this is the intent which you have presented of the EPSI to that EPSI will handhold the other institutions, and that actually it's like elder brother to the other institutions. You may recall that during my tenure as the chairman of UGC, we launched one scheme that is known as Paramarsh, and that was actually that the best institutions can guide, handhold the institutions and motivate those institutions for the NAC grading. And it was funded by the UGC, and one such institution, best performing institution, was asked to mentor 5 other institutions. So it is similar to that. I must appreciate the effort, and I think EPSI can go in a big way, and it will pave the way for the other institutions for the NAC grading and quality promotion in the long run. So thank you very much. Now I request the next speaker, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasakam, Pro-Chancellor, Academy of Maritime Education and Training, Chennai, for his presentation.
Honorable Dr. T.P. Singh, our former chairman of University Grants Commission, and who is chairing this session as well. Most respected fellow panel members, above all, the participants from different institutions of higher education. First of all, I would like to congratulate our president of EPSI. It's the first time we see you after you are assumed as the president. So we have to congratulate you for assuming office as the president of EPSI. At the same time, we have to register our appreciation for the outgoing president, right now who is getting the honorary doctorate from New York University, Dr. G. Viswanathan as well, for the good work what he has done for EPSI for the last many years, for which also we have to give a big hand to him as well. And I should thank our President and General Secretary Palanivel for having organized this program not as a conference or symposium, but as a workshop. Basically, we members, we come here not only to learn what is NPA. We have learned MBA for the last 4 years. There is no need to add again what is MBA, what are all the features and all. And again, I am telling, we are not here to make a technical presentation also. What is quality assurance? What should be? That's a different forum. I have statistics. I didn't bring. I have lot of messages, informations I didn't bring. This forum is totally different. Now, my another 10-minute speech will be, because my friend Manoharan, before coming here, asked me, sir, I am going to listen to you after a long gap. Definitely you are going to give a big lecture. It's not a lecture. My presentation is not to you. Take it for granted. To our president, number one. Number two, our former chairman of the UGC. Number three, unfortunately, our chairman of AICT left. Above all, my presentation is to the Ministry of Education of Government of India. Because I am competent, I am eligible. I am in the higher education for the last 52 years. And I am the one of the most senior vice chancellor I was senior vice chancellor of the entire India, served as 16 years as a vice chancellor. Served as Association of Indian Universities president, that is 100th president. I know the challenges. As correctly observed by our chairman and chairman of AICTE, really NBA 2020, it's a revolutionary document. We do agree, 100% agree. No second thought about it. Opportunities, you have listed out. We know very well lot of opportunities which we have been denied earlier, now it available. Come to the next portion of challenges. Whatever challenges you, the government or UGC or what I call as AICTE in giving projects and programs, asking us, no day is left out. Every day, each of us getting minimum 5 communications from UGC, 5 communications from AICTE. Our challenge is 100% more than what challenges you have. That's most important. Really, I enjoyed your speech, our President, sir. You are proactive. We have a lot of confidence on you. That's why I told with the small statistics. Sir, it is the information of our chairman. There are 39 universities in Tamil Nadu alone. Only 19 universities are government universities. 20 universities are private universities. Am I right? Sincerely speaking, no single 19 government universities so far not conducted any conference on NEP 2020 in Tamil Nadu. No syndicate committee of all the state universities, they have taken an agenda of NEP 2020, whereas all the 20 private and deemed universities, we started working, implementing NEP 100% with real sincerity. That means what? We private institutions, we are behind the government. We are extending the support to the government. That is clear cut, is very clear. Now we are claiming, morning also someone told, I think Dr. Sadhurvedi, the GER in Tamil Nadu is 52%. whereas national average is not more than 30%, for which also the number of students are being admitted in higher education in the private university compared with the government universities are definitely more than 50%. So whatever credit you see in the implementers in NEP, you have to pass on the credit mainly to the private institution, especially to deemed universities. Whereas, how you are treating private universities? How you are treating private universities? My dear President, we don't have any other association to represent. There is an association called Association of Indian Universities. That is the representative of the Vice Chancellors. When I was the President, I was bold enough to present things with the UGC and AICT as well. Nowadays, things are not happening. That organization is going just like behind the government. I am not against the government. I must make representation for my fellow institution. That is most important. That's the reason there is a president. That's the reason there is a forum called EPSI. I am requesting you, my president. You have to, morning, many times, most of the speakers use the two words frequently. Interaction, cooperation. The interaction, cooperation, we cannot march towards office of AICTE, we cannot march towards UGC in total all the institutions in the capacity as the Vice Chancellor, in the capacity as the Pro Chancellor. You are going to represent. List out our problems, which I am going to list out only few now. Now, please through Palnivedu, send a questionnaire to all the member universities. List out what are the areas and issues in which our private universities are being neglected, taken as a stepmother treatment from the government organizations, and represent it. And only we have conference on EPSI and the president as well. Now I'm coming to the point. Right, sir. We are talking about quality. Internationalization of education is the quality. Definitely we have to do it. But when we approach foreign universities abroad, they are asking, what do you mean deemed to be university? What is the meaning deemed to be university? You mean your university is a second graded university? That such a type of phenomena or term or name is not there throughout the world. Why? Because you are contributing much. You are contributing the GR much. You are behind the government much. When compared with the government, the judgment is you will be called as deemed to be university. They can quote a reason. It's not from UGC, but from the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is not far away. The government is a forward-looking government. You make a petition before the particular judge, and getting is not a problem. That is most important. President sir, during your period, you see that our universities need not be of deemed to be university. Our university should be of name with the university. That is the first request to you, and our chairman is also listening. Then come to the next one as well. Yes, research funding. Research, everyone can do it, no problem at all. Every day things are coming, circulars are coming from UGC and AICT. Ask, sir, I will finish it quickly, sir. Finish it. Is it okay? Funding, fine. Funding, again discrimination. I know pretty well. No one can deny whatever funds available in DST, whatever fund available in other organization. First to go to premier institutions of IIT, etc. I salute you. But I cannot salute them also. We only follow reservation. We only follow take care of the downtrodden students of India. But funding is going to an organization which are meritorious. Admitting student, meritorious student, and sending them meritorious. We admit students 40% below average, and we are sending them which meritorious, for which the punishment is you are not getting equal funding. If at all any surplus after central university, after state university, after private university, that is coming to the deemed to be university. It's a fact. You think over it. Again, listed out, somebody morning listed out in a bigger way. Number of applications, number of patent, bring out government and private universities. Right now my mentor, Professor Tyagarajan, is available. He is very close to UGC. He is a man behind higher education for many years. Take the statistics of contribution of private universities and public universities. Number one publication, number two patents, number two project, number two even products, find out. Compare, you cannot do it. There is no infrastructure, especially in many of the government universities, because I am competent. I served in 2 state government universities, for which funding is the last priority for us. Yes, for patent registration, this SRM University, my Ahmed University, this Satyama University, you have to pay. You have to register registration fees, whereas for government universities, there is no payment at all. Why? Why there is a disparity, I am telling. I am coming to the one more as well. Acha. Then coming to the next aspect, sir, many things are there, I don't want to take much, it's okay. Again, recently one circular from AICT, sorry, already sir left. Sir, Mudichara sir, already left. What is that? For getting approval of online and ODL program, NOC from AICT is not required for government universities, even private universities, but deemed university must get NOC from AICT. Enna sir? What a tragedy you have. So you have suspicion over us. You don't have confidence over us. What's the meaning? President sir, you are also running a deemed university. I also belong to deemed university. Most of the members are deemed university. Are you able to realize this one? Because you are hitting a very big university. There are small universities, and for which you have to fight with the AICT as well. These are small examples. That's all, sir. Then, coming to the request alone. Sir, for research, we need a lot of equipment, software, sir. It's an appeal I am giving through our chairman. And it's very expensive, very costly also. All the university cannot have it. There are some small universities, their quality wise good, they cannot spend that much crores in investment. Why not you give a common facility? Just like UGC already have given a plagiarism software. Okay, you think about the universities in abroad, Japan, Germany and all, China. I went there. They told the reason for the success. I have visited universities in which they have produced more than 4 Nobel laureates. All research they have done in our own language, sir. Good. I must appreciate the AICT chairman. He is very forceful and implementing the language priority as well. Being a person named with Thiruvasagam, I appreciate the gentleman is promoting Tamil as well. Okay. That time I asked the secret. What they told, sir, whatever article publication available other than in Chinese language, it will be made available to us within 2 days, sir. Within 2 days. Such software they have. I want that software in India also. I cannot afford. I cannot spend as an institution. Just like UGC, you are given plagiarism software. You organize such software, give it to every institution. At least southern offices, we will make use of it, sir. Then only there's a meaning. You are encouraging regional languages to make many attempts on research as well. It's okay, sir. And that's, there are so many things, sir. I don't want to take much time, my dear friends. So, President, sir, you have a good colleague for you to serve under you. Take care of us. Already positive-minded chairman is sitting in front of us. With, I think I have represented all of you, your sentiments. Sorry, I didn't bring material on quality assurance. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam Sahab, for your emphatic speech and also for raising the voices of private universities and particularly deemed to be universities. I wish the AICT chairman would have been here to listen to you. But I would convey your feelings to him and also to UGC. As far as deemed to be university status, I was also facing this issue when I was chairman, that several embassies used to ask me that they are raising, those countries are raising questions what is the meaning of this deemed to be university, whether this institution is not yet the university or whether it is a degree awarding institution or not. Similar is related to he has raised the issue related to the funding. So as far as deemed to be university status is concerned, you might be aware that the proposed this Higher Education Commission of India bill, after having that commission, there will be only one type of university. All universities will be similar, and so there will be no deemed to be university status, because it is mentioned in the UGC Act. There is a legality, as he has mentioned, Supreme Court of India also, legality involved in this, and so therefore that cannot be changed under the existing UGC Act. And once this is repealed and replaced by the Higher Education Commission of India Bill or Act, then this problem will not be there. So let us hope for the best to happen. As far as funding is concerned, provision is already there for the limited funding for the private universities also under the 12B of the UGC Act. But again, in the future, the NEP talks about funding to all categories of universities in a challenge mode. There would be benchmarks. On the basis of that, whatever would the management of the university, they will have the funding, and so is the provision in the National Research Foundation, because whosoever will be conducting the researches which are on national priority, they will be funded by the National Research Foundation. Now, with this, let me invite our next honorable speaker, Professor C. Muthamijum Selvam. How to pronounce it is difficult. Muthamijum Selvam, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Welcome.
Good afternoon to everyone here. Respected Chairman, Professor D.P. Singh, co-panelists, and my colleagues sitting as the audience here. During my college days, I never heard of ranking or accreditation. All our ranking and accreditation is by our faculty members. That's all. We know the faculty, we know the institution is good, we all went there, studied, successfully graduated, and then we are in good positions today. The scenario has completely changed. Even for admissions today, they look for what is ranking, what is your accreditation status. So, the challenges are more with the faculty rather than with the students. NEP 2020 is student-centric. So all our activities should be towards students. Whatever the activity that you do in the campus should be focused towards student improvement or student relevant, or how do you engage our students in the campus is the biggest challenge for any higher education students. In the next 7 to 8 minutes, I will talk about how we can engage our students in a better way. First one is by framing the challenge. That is a challenge. Framing the challenge itself is a challenge. Building a culture for research and innovation, how we can do that. Global exposure and collaboration, that's the third one. Then balancing innovation with accountability. So these are the 4 points. So in certain things, I will share what is happening in SRM with my 37 years of experience in SRM. I can talk more on what are the student initiatives that we have brought in over the period of time. And some of them are common things which we talk about day in, day out. The first and foremost thing is industry need job-ready students or industry-ready students. This has been a debate for so long. And if somebody goes to an institution, they'll always talk about, yes, we have value-added courses, add-on courses, and all those things. But is it really impacting them? That's very much important. As an institution, we float some courses and call them as value-added courses. And at times, we force the students to take up those courses also. But the course that we offer today may not be relevant by the time they graduate. So the first focus is we should retune our value-added courses. What we have done at SRM is we used to invite industry experts to offer these courses. and we transfer the credit to the academic curriculum. So the industry taught courses will be more relevant and will be a more value addition to any student. That's the first one. The second thing is, today industry wants students for internship varying from 2 months to 1 year. 2 months to 1 year. But we have come from a different background. Our focus was only on the curriculum, only on the topics. Go to the college, earn 75% attendance, then sit for the examination, graduate, go out. The scenario has changed. We have been thinking that industry will train our students again for the suitability. No, it has come to the industry, the educational institutions now. So we have been hearing a lot of requests, getting a lot of requests from the industry. I'll give one example. I don't want to name the company. Sometime in 2016, a company came to SRM and said, we would like to have as many as about 700, 800 students for internship, paid internship for 4 months of time. 4 months, that's the last semester. So in the last semester, we used to have a lot of courses there. But how do you do that? 2 courses and then a project work. So we quickly had the opportunity. We conducted fast track courses for all the students. Then they came back and said, by the time they sit for the examination, they'll forget. I said, let us conduct the examination also. Don't announce the result. Then came another problem. That company is a software company. My student is from biotechnology. How do they fit into the project? I said they are going for a job. Let them learn whatever they want. They want to be there. Otherwise, let them submit another project. So we adapted to this request from the industry, and we were successful in sending our students. I'll also give one example now. There were many requests from companies asking the students to be there for 10 months or so. I said, okay, let us fast track all the courses, do it in 2 months, 2.5 months, conduct the examination, send them to internship, let them learn, come back, and then go off. So we need to be more, I think, more accommodative in getting all these things, or we should be more flexible. Then try to have some industry-supported laboratories, which is of research-oriented. It's not that they give us some equipments and then we use those things and then have the name as industry supported. I'll give you one example. Infosys and Apple, they came to us and said, we want to have more number of students to develop app for the IO system. The investment was huge, but immediately I accepted that offer because it is something new where our students will learn beyond the curriculum. So today, they trained about 650 students, then next level of training to 150, then finally they trained 50 students. Now, those 50 students formed groups, and in the next few months, 6 apps developed by SRM students will be in the iOS App Store. So such type of interesting things should happen in the campus. Electronic cooling, that's one another thing that we have. The second one is how our students expectations of holistic learning experience shaping teaching methods. They are not bothered about the teachers now. I still remember a student came to me and asked, why you are insisting 75% attendance in the classroom? Whatever that is available in the book, is the teacher is teaching the same thing. Yeah, I never had an opportunity to talk to a faculty like this, but a student comes and talks like this. They say, I can do something useful during this period. So we need to really engage the students in the classroom. Not their physical presence is not that important, but how do you engage is the biggest thing. Minor certification programs, then open electives, choice-based, give best possible choice to the student. We can always change our timetable and things like that. So be flexible on those. That's the first thing. So these are some of the challenges that we have in the institution. Building a culture of research and innovation is the second thing. Now, design thinking course is becoming very, very important. So we took the first step. About 180 faculty members of SRM got trained by School of Design Thinking, and they are certified teachers to teach design thinking course, and we made this as a core course for all the engineering students. So that is one other initiative that we have done. Encouraging more technical teams. If any students walk to the dean's office or to my office and if they want to start a club, technical thing which is not available there, we will immediately say yes. Whether it is a dean or the HOD or when it comes to me, we will immediately say yes. And because of such encouragement, students learn, they are engaged outside the classroom, they bring laurels to the institution. They, in many cases, students say that, sir, these competitions are happening in the US, Germany, or somewhere outside. Why don't we participate? Immediately we said, yes, it is not something like screening. Okay, let me evaluate and then decide. Because at that time, our point was to have a name of SRM in that competition, which is organized at an international level. Then UG student research grants. Every year we allocate sufficient funds for the UG students to come out with research projects. So we fund them. Then once they publish a paper, we transfer the credit to the main academic curriculum. Of course, we have a dedicated directorate of entrepreneurship. Then the global exposure and collaboration is very important now. It's very, very important. So we were one of the earliest institutions where we happened to send our students for a faculty, the student abroad program. We identified 2 students way back in 2006. One went to CMU, the other one went to MIT. They brought laurels to SRM. They brought laurels. We learned a lot from them. When they returned back, we learned a lot from them. Then we were trying to reorient our curriculum, which was not at all possible. So then we introduced what is called as the faculty abroad program. Let faculty also go there, study what is happening there, come back, let us form a small team, and then change our curriculum. Then we started that. Some of my colleagues went to different top universities. I went to Harvard University for a leadership program. So we need to have such initiatives which changes our thought process and implement all those things wherever possible. Then we have student exchange programs, awareness and participation in internal quality assurance frameworks is very important. Then finally, balancing innovation with accountability. Innovation programs meet the OBE. We all talk about outcome-based education. During our time, there was nothing like outcome-based education. Everything was inbuilt. Now we want to make it explicit. But are we really doing it? This was again a topic this morning. So how do you really see that OBE is implemented? That's the important thing. Importance of measuring graduate employability through surveys and tracking career success, which we don't do normally. So very frequently we need to conduct surveys for the existing students and with the alumni and bring in some improvement. Then sometime in 2006 we offered we introduced what is called as foreign language courses. Every student graduating from SRMIST, mainly for engineering students, they have to compulsorily undergo any one foreign language. We have a Taiwan Education Center, we are going to have a Russian center here, and then recently we have started having chat professors who can mentor our faculty. So these are some of the initiatives under innovation and innovation with accountability. But to conclude, strong leadership commitment and support is absolutely required to improve the quality in any organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for highlighting your innovative and best practices. I am particularly impressed with your industry connect and also regarding this foreign language learning by the students. My compliments to you, and now I invite the next speaker, Dr. T.N. Nagabhushana, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kiskinda University, Ballari.
Let me focus my thoughts on research and innovation because quality assurance is too huge a space to talk about. So let me share my experience and knowledge on the quality assurance in education. Now friends, research involves two important components. Research can lead to invention. Research can also lead to innovation. And if you want to understand these two at higher education institutions level, we need to categorize the faculty and students into two divisions. Those faculty and those students who have highest level of critical thinking, analysis, and who are capable of working at global level. The remaining can only be trained to develop innovations. What is basically the innovations and invention? To give a small example, if this entire three-dimensional space is having some dots, inventing where these dots basically leads to invention, where exactly at which point of coordinate the points are located. So many points are there here. Innovation is basically how to connect these points in an orderly way to generate a solution. It's all about the invention and innovation. Naturally, innovations lead to plenty of applications in and around. A lot of information has been shared since morning about the opportunities the agencies are giving and so on. But most of the things that I am going to talk about is basically confined to within our limitations of the university and institutions, where we need to really focus how we can really bring about the quality and innovations into our systems. Teaching and research are the two sides of the same coin. They cannot be separated. So gone are those days where I only teach and never ask the question, have they learned? Now today is an era where I need to really give a personal attention to every student and track his learning curve right from the day he joins our system, and I need to have a data how his learning is progressing. Naturally, the role of faculty members are facilitators. So it's said on many occasions, even today, many of the speakers have spoken about it. Then what is exactly the role of facilitator? Learning inside the classroom is minimum and learning outside the classroom is maximum. This is the era we are living. And we are living in a digital multimedia society with our knowledge. So everyone basically have access to every information through your smartphone. And again, the deep learning, artificial intelligence have revolutionized the way that we are living and making our profession. So we need to really depend on the digital tools to manage every activity, and all of us basically are part of it today. So managing the students' learning capability is possible only through digital tools. One-to-one connectivity is possible. So therefore, the faculty empowerment, said on many occasions, is most critical for any quality education in any university or institution. Empowerment of faculty. Not all faculty are highly empowered. No, there was again a mention that Atal Academy has conducted thousands of programs. Yes, they have done a great role. But is there any survey on the impact analysis? This is something we need to really attach everything that are used to do, the impact analysis. Impact analysis at the institution level, impact analysis at the department level, and lastly, the impact analysis at the faculty himself or herself. What exactly they have really learned and how they have really used. What is the measure of success? This is something we need to develop on and generate the data to make sure that we are going in the right directions. We need to climb. So quality and innovations are very critical. Right from the definition of the university vision and mission, we define the vision to be a long-term achievement, but we will never be able to touch it because it's a very, very long, progressive phenomenon. While missions are basically critical to the day-to-day happenings and connectivity, progress made and so on, achievement of mission should be measured. I go to the outcome-based education, having seen the OBE as an expert chairman for the last 10 years, visiting several institutions across the country. There is a computation of achievement. All are attained, course attained and PO attained, CO attained, all these attainments. 90%, 95%, and so on. But have they ever thought that what exactly this outcome is all about? So if the entire outcomes are 90% or 10% or 100%, so on, how do you really quantify the takeaways from these students, from these programs? There are three possibilities here. For any student, if the attainment is 100% or close to more than 90%, the student should get into the top-notch industry, or he should get into a top-notch institution in India or abroad, or he should become an entrepreneur. Only three possibilities. He cannot remain unemployed. Now, this question of reverse engineering need to be really assessed. If our attainment is very, very high, have we really succeeded in reaching these goals? It's an important quality measure that we need to talk about. So rather than, I think our chairman mentioned a lot about the outcome-based education. Outcome-based education is celebrating almost 10 years now. When India signed Washington Accord in June 2014. Now, what is the level? I think we have seen the statistics also. Not many institutions are coming forward for accreditations. So meaningful accreditation is very, very critical. That automatically elevates an institution's progress and also the quality of the students. This is another important thing. When we are computing certain things, we should be very honest, because we should know the reference. Then only we will see the incremental growth. 90% attainment and all, it's only a number. I see only number. Whenever I have a question in the accreditation systems, they are not able to answer. The faculty themselves do not really know why they are computing. It's only a number. It remains as a number, and we have to give marks because there is a procedure for that. So the NBA-based outcome-based education is still one of the best measures to evaluate the quality of educations that we are imparting, and therefore there is a need for us to really take it forward in a meaningful way. That is one important point as far as the quality is considered. The Bloom's level taxonomy, as all of us know as teachers, need to be understood. Because these children are born after 2000, millennials, they are born with technology. They know what is what more than the teacher. They are ahead of us in many ways. And now, if we are training a computer science student or electronics or electrical student, what kind of jobs they are going to get in next 10 years' time, no one knows. Now, there was a mention about disruptive technology. Yes, the technology is changing. The ChatGPT is creating ripples in applications everywhere, especially it has impacted education systems. Not only it aids in positive thinking, but also it contributes to negative also. And machine learning is everywhere, and every product will have AI band. AI and ML are going to be there throughout the 21st century. Thanks to Hinton and others from University of Toronto who invented this deep learning architecture. So everything is basically matrix of numbers. And there is no barrier on computer science or electronics, as said. It is there, it is going to influence every science and technology, humanities, liberal arts, everywhere you are going to see this component, because everything can be represented in digital form in a multimedia data. And these architectures are going to create applications in your native language or any other language. For a country like India, we have plethora of opportunities of creating these kind of applications. So we need to really look at these kind of national needs and prepare our next generation students, and whatever innovations that you have brought, it should get actually published in your own web portal for wider attention. That's how basically I reflect my quality, right? So therefore, these kind of tools and generations are possible only if the faculty sits on the crux of the problem. So therefore, faculty empowerment, again, is very critical. At the same time, today, if you look at the accreditation systems or any other thing that needs of the department or various agencies, the faculty are totally bogged down with collecting the data, processing the data. All the time they are spent only on these kind of activities, which doesn't really return any value. Extensive use of digital digital technologies should elevate all these kind of problems, and faculty need to be given more time for critical thinking and innovation. This is very important for every institution. The teaching and learning is not going to be easy, and teaching and learning are again two sides of the same coin. You need to learn because of the changes in the technology at a very fast rate, and you need to teach. You need to engage the students. So students get bored. I think, attendance and all these things are a question of time that we need to really address. But as long as the students is delivering good goods, why should we? So it's an era of interdisciplinary product development. The ranking and rating depends on what kind of prototypes that you are going to generate in future. So engineering has a lot of things to really contribute. This is one thing. On the other side of top-notch faculty, top-notch students, every university and institutions has some percentage of bright students getting into the systems, and those students must be involved extensively with all kind of facilities and patronage to develop solutions for global problems. That's where we really look at the global equality between one university and another university. Merely establishing an MOU will not lead us. It's our experience too in the past. Critical problems facing the globe are today, many universities, if you look into the US, they are solving the problems of global warming. It's common to everyone. You see the temperature rise in Karnataka, Mysore, which was hardly 32, it's gone to 39, 7 degrees more. See the plight of the ecosystem, the birds and other small creatures at that temperature, which is they are not accustomed to. The torrential rains, tornadoes, hurricanes, the problems facing the earth. If this is not actually a good place for living, what else we can do? As an education research institution, innovation, can we really take up a long-term goal, prepare a set of faculty, because it's all interdisciplinary. You need cyber-physical systems to tackle these kind of problems. So therefore, we need to really prepare faculty levels at much higher level, and every university cannot really become a global, invention setter. Whatever strengths that you have at present, you can always nurture it and promote it to the next level. This is something very important. Dear friends, mentoring the students about innovative ideas, as I told you, for national needs, at least every faculty every year should have one innovative applications, one refereed journal publications. During the project PhD Viva examination, I used to ask one simple question. Well, you have done a good work, fine. Name the top 5 people who have worked in this area. What are their references? I did not find an answer. I went with a ready-made answer for the thesis, but those references are never referenced. So if you want to be really global, make a name from what we are today, it is necessary that we need to really keep abreast of the latest technology. Publish new prototypes in the website I mentioned. Faculty should be facilitators. And again, one of the important things in this century is that most of the PhDs in engineering are based on heuristics, some kind of wild guess and then improvement. Then when we ask a question, why actually the improvement is coming from, there hardly any answer. So importance to science and mathematics, especially mathematics, is most critical, which is neglected in this country. So what kind of mathematics? Because next generation applications, the travel from Earth to Moon and from other planets could be the reality at the end of 21st century, frequent travel. So we need a huge amount of mathematics. And the youth population in India need to be trained to have more mathematics. I always see that there should be a faculty members who are able to see physics in mathematics.
Kindly conclude, please.
So therefore, it is necessary that we need to have a good understanding of mathematics, and mathematics should be made compulsory, and mathematics is the way that we want to conquer the globe in terms of new innovations and research. So artificial intelligence and machine learning are going to encompass everywhere, and therefore applications are plenty. Research and innovations are very critical, and if these measures that what I see from practical experience are implemented, I think we should be able to move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Now I invite the next speaker and last but not the least, Mr. Gurucharan Golarkari, Director, Ramaiah University, Bangalore.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by saying I am not an academic. I am a professor of practice. I had the privilege of serving in the Indian Administrative Service for 35 years, and I was able to see quality assurance from the government's perspective. And after I retired as secretary in the Cabinet Secretariat, dealing with project implementation and monitoring of projects across the country, I retired and led a research think tank for 6 years. So I got an opportunity to look at quality assurance from the think tank perspective. And now I am a professor of practice, with being the director of the School of Social Sciences and the School of Law at Ramaiah University, and therefore have some insight into how we look at quality assurance as an academic. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Chairman, is very briefly speak about how Ramaiah University looks at quality assurance and try and share some best practices very quickly. First is, we recognize that quality assurance is about establishing quality standards. So what is a standard? First thing about a standard is it should be comparable and it should be measurable. For instance, all of you travel by air. When you see on your boarding card, the departure time is 2:35. Have you ever asked, what does this 2:35 mean? So a standard is very precise. 2:35 is the time when the captain of the aircraft says, please close the doors. So if the doors have been closed at 2:35, you know that your flight is on time. Second pillar of quality assurance, as I see it, is that we put in place processes that can achieve those, help us achieve those standards. And the third, but a very important aspect, is developing proper documentation to ensure that we can conform to the standard and demonstrate that we have achieved that standard. Now, in essence, therefore, quality assurance is about measurement of quality. But this framework of quality assurance reaches a point when it becomes a hurdle. In economics, there is a law called the Goodhart's law. Goodhart's law simply says, when a measure becomes a target, then it ceases to be a measure. And this is precisely the problem with quality assurance in higher education, where the practice of quality processes focuses more on documentation than on achieving substantive standards of quality. So you might actually be running a very substandard process, but you are demonstrating on paper, for the purposes of accreditation, that you have achieved very high standards. So in practice, what we see is Goodhart's law at work, and therefore we need to shift the focus from mere documentation obsession to actually achieving substantive standards of quality. This is what we are trying to do at Ramaiah University. We are more concerned not with reporting and documentation, but with actually achieving quality standards for every activity. Second is, in our quality ecosystem, there are no consequences if quality standards are not adhered to. You might achieve whatever quality accreditation requirements and get that ranking, but after that, whether you are actually conforming to those standards or not, even if you fail to conform to them, there are no consequences. There are also no consequences if institutions are substandards or if the delivery of education is of poor quality. We continue to get students because there's a huge demand. Therefore, we need to make a paradigm shift, which in Ramaiah, I'm very proud to say, we have started succeeding in doing, to shift focus on outcomes of higher education than on just documentation. Finally, let me give you a few examples of outcome-based initiatives that we at Ramaya University are focusing on. Some good practices that we hope will help us achieve these outcomes. First is in teaching. We are developing curricula and pedagogy that aligns not only with global standards, but also with the demand in the market. And this is not a one-time exercise. This happens at the end of every semester. We have just concluded a semester, and examinations are beginning from the 15th, from tomorrow. Our team, faculty team, has started working already on revising the syllabus for the same course, for the same programs for the next semester. Second, we have established for core domain subjects learning management system that are used both by the teachers as well as by the students. Third, every single classroom in our schools, both in the School of Social Science and in the School of Law, have a lecture capture system where every lecture by every faculty member is recorded. So there are two advantages. One, the teacher is able to review her own lecture or his own lecture, and the students who might have for some reason missed class or have missed some point that has been made can revisit the lectures and actually see. We have an ongoing FDP program, faculty development program, through the years, which we do once a month. Every Saturday, the whole day is dedicated to faculty development. And this faculty development is both from internal resources as well as external resources. The idea is that we create an ecosystem for co-generation of knowledge. In research, we have established what is called the Social Science Research Collective. It's an interdisciplinary research group that brings together science, social science, and people science. And I'm very happy to say, our chairman is here, our vice chancellor is here, happy to say in just the last 1 year, we have been successful in writing research proposals and winning projects from ICMR, ICSSR, and some state governments. Yes, as Professor Nagbhushan said, we are already implementing Bloom's taxonomy, and we grade our students on how many steps of Bloom's ladder they have been able to climb. And therefore, we have dedicated FDP on lesson planning as well as on preparing question papers. These are in brief what we are trying to do for assurance, quality assurance. On research and innovation, I just want to make one final point. You know, in our university, focus is on building a very strong industry-academia partnership. For example, we work with DRDO, we are working with other industries to develop bionic arms, to develop prosthetics, limbs. So our innovation centers are not standalone centers, and because we have the advantage of 13 faculties, we have medicine, we have engineering, we have law, we have social sciences, we have policy, so on and so forth, we have been able to build an ecosystem which brings together not only an interdisciplinary approach, but also partnership with industry. So this was in brief. I hope we have an opportunity to invite all of you to visit our university sometime so that we can show you what we actually try to practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gurucharan ji, for highlighting the outcome-based initiative instead of the documentation, and also learning management systems, faculty development programs. And I was particularly happy to note about the social service research collective. Actually, now it's time for the collaborations for all the institutions, because we can't create all the facilities on our campuses, and therefore the institutions should come together to conduct the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary researches in the collaborative mode. So industry academia connect, social connect, alumni connect, and collaborations are required, both at the institutional level, both at the national level, and also at the international level. So with this, we close the session because we don't have time for the question answer session because lunch is already delayed. Now I hand over to the organizers.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks to all the speakers.
Thanks to panelists today, and thank you DP Singh sir for chairing such a wonderful session. I would request if anybody has any question, maybe they can ask the questions when we are having the lunch. So with this, now it's time to felicitate all the speakers. I would request Dr. DP Singh to please come forward and present a token of appreciation to Dr. P.N. Razdan. Can I request Dr. Shashi Prabha ma'am to please join us on the stage and felicitate the guests. I would request Dr. Shashi Prabha ma'am to felicitate Dr. G. Tiruvasagam, sir. Requesting the Vice Chancellor, sir, from Balaji Vidyapeeth to please come on the stage to felicitate the guests. So please, sir. Requesting sir to please felicitate Professor C. Muthammazi Chelvam, sir. Requesting Shri Hari Krishna Maram ji to please come on the stage and felicitate Dr. T. N. Nagabhushna, sir. Also requesting Dr. I. K. Bhatt, sir, to please come on the stage to felicitate Mr. Guruchand, sir. Sir, we will have 30 minutes lunch, please. Requesting everybody not to make it more than 30 minutes and join us back on the stage. We want to start the next session maybe at 3:05 or 3:10. So requesting everybody to please come back in half an hour. Can we have a group photograph for all the speakers on the stage, please? And requesting all the delegates to please move to the lunch area. Thank you very much for being wonderful audience today. Good afternoon, everyone. With this, we'll come to the second session for the day, which also happens to be the last session for today. Now, I would like to request all the speakers to please join us on the stage. Professor S.P. Tyagarajan ji, Dr. D.N. Reddy, former Vice Chancellor, JNT University, Hyderabad. Requesting Dr. Amit Banerjee, Chancellor, SOI, deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar, to please join us. Professor Nitin M. Nagarkar ji, who is the Dean for Medical, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, to please join us on the stage. Dr. K. K. Rana, Vice Chancellor, Ramaiah University, and Dr. D.P. Singh, former Vice Chairman, UGC, Dr. I. K. Bhatt, Advisor, Manav Rachna University, to please join us on the stage. सर को बता दिया डॉक्टर आई के भट्ट इस सेशन में लिख दिया सबको लिख के दे दिया आई के भट्ट इस सेशन में ही इनको किसी को मॉडरेट कौन करेगा So while we are waiting for Dr. D.P. Singh and Dr. I.K. Bhatt to join us on the stage, I would in the meantime request Professor S.P. Tyagarajan sir to please take over the session. Can we give one hand mic to Professor S.P. Tyagarajan, please?
Singh is not there.
So we will request you to please chair the session, and we will request Dr. D.P. Singh to join as an expert guest. Okay. So you can chair the session. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, my co-panelists in this particular session. It's a very delightful program today that we have gone through. And this particular post-lunch session is on understanding NEP 2020 goals, implications and challenges, and also on employability and skill development in today's educational ecosystem. So this is the title of this interactive session, which is given about 1 hour and 45 minutes. And we are having about 6 panelists here in this particular session. It's a very important session because the NEP 2020 goals, all of us know, and the implications are also we know. But I'm not sure what extent we all know about the challenges. That probably the panelists might try to educate us. And again, the title of employability and skill development in today's education ecosystem is another very important area which we have to dwell upon. The first speaker happens to be myself, so I will try to talk about that in the next about say 5 to 7 minutes and then I will go ahead with our panelists.
So since our session has started a little late, so we will cut short the time for this session a little. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Once again, good morning, good afternoon. I would like to talk to you about understanding of NEP 2020 with the implementation perspective, and also the kind of challenges that we have to have. Usually, any major program or policies development goes through a quality cycle. The first is the policy development. That's what NEP 2020 has been developed. And then program development by means of detailed project reports, all the necessary kind of guidelines, regulations, etc. That part of the NEP 2020 has at least 50 to 60% has been completed. Then comes program implementation, the challenges, the outputs and deliverable. Then we go into actual quality assurance, quality enhancement. So we are now, in my perception, in the stage of implementation of NEP, and it is there how we are going to go about in implementing it across the country. The most important requirement is it is not just being implemented in some section of the higher education system. It has to be implemented across the country, almost in all the universities, 1,400 universities and 45,000 colleges and so on, standalone institutions, etc. So on that kind of a perspective, there has been several guidelines that have been given to us. Regulations have also been notified, and the institutions have also been asked to adopt them and implement them. So there is a various degrees of adoption and implementation. For example, if you see the multidisciplinary education and the kind of the academic bank of credits that are coming in, the national credit framework implementation, and besides all that, every institution has been asked to develop a 10-year institutional development plan. And following that, internationalization is another very important area which needs to be promoted by the higher education institutions. And then subsequently, you do have the common university entrance test for UG admissions, the 4-year undergraduate program. Now recently, NET examinations for admissions have also come in. And all these kind of things that is coming up with technology embedded programs. Morning also we heard about technology infusion in the teaching learning process. The internship and instruction to be given for all students and so on. If this is to happen, what are the kind of challenges that one might confront with is the point that we will have to look into. See, first of all, take up the National Credit Framework Implementation based education. The morning session, Professor Nagabhushanam has explained very clearly about the difficult kind of outcome-based education that needs to happen, and whether such a kind of OBE, whether it is practiced in all institutions, is a questionable future. That is because not all the faculty members are conversant with the various levels of implementing OBE and assessing OBE and also grading OBE. So that is a major problem in the case of OBE. Then using this in the national credit framework is again another issue which we have to see with reference to several statutory councils that are there. You have discipline-based kind of universities that are there, and how will you make these kind of national framework to be implemented in a credit-based manner across all institutions so that the next phase of implementing the national credit framework can take place? That is the Academic Bank of Credit. In fact, I was in the committee for Academic Bank of Credit regulations of the UGC, which is probably the first regulation in implementing NEP 2020 that was notified by UGC. And that regulation has given scope for testing the capacity of the higher education institutions to take on the implementation of NEP. But then we are also halfway through. Not all institutions have registered themselves into the Academic Bank of Credit, even though the number has increased in a significant manner over a period of time. To involve all these aspects of National Education Policy 2020, the pivotal requirement is to develop an institutional development plan. This is a 10-year plan prospectively visualizing how do you want to have this institution from now on, and what are the stages that it has to pass through, and what kind of requirements are needed, including the funding requirement that are anticipated on a program-wise manner. These are the detailed kind of development plan that is there. Parallelly, we are now asked to see how much of foreign students can be attracted into this country. Internationalization. How will you attract students? Promotion of Indian higher education abroad, and also trying to bring in students here. Then, of course, the procedural details that have come in, like common entrance exam for UG admission, the NET exam for PhD admission, etc., etc. So what I'm trying to showcase here is that all these are pretty new and novel, no doubt. They are all definite reforms that will improve the quality of higher education in our country. But then, how much of our system is mature enough to take up these reforms? The backbone of all the implementation in universities and colleges are the faculty members. How much of the faculty preparedness is there is a question that needs to be addressed, and also how well the institutional managements also will be able to come into this particular exercise in a letter and spirit manner is another challenge that one has to face. For this, you need funds, you need faculty, you need facilitation by statutory bodies and Government of India as well. If you see the funds aspect of it, invariably, even though our AICTE chairman said that it's so much of fund they are spending on faculty development and so on, it is a minuscule when you compare to the need for the country. That is the major kind of a requirement that we have. The faculty who are supposed to be taking upon their shoulders to implement it, many times they have not been fully educated for this, trained for this, so that they will be able to implement. There are gross variation between institution to institution. Where there are very specific and structured kind of a faculty development program in all these aspects are doing comparatively better, whereas in many of the institutions that does not happen. So what we will have to do is a kind of a national scheme. I am tempted to suggest that the AICTE and UGC will have to align with national bodies, say for example, Education Promotion Society of India or CII or FICCI or any other body of that nature, so that they will be able to develop structured FDPs for NEP implementation. So the outcome and deliverables will be almost uniform across the country, and then you may be able to reach a successful implementation of NEP 2020 in the next about 10 years or so, even though 20 years are given for implementing them. But then this is important if you have to really have the fruit of NEP reforms that are to be effectively percolated into the system. See, other important issue is there are also difficulties at the governmental level. There are some states which did not accept NEP 2020. For example, Tamil Nadu government. It has not accepted it. It has not permitted the state universities to even talk about NEP, while the deemed universities have got a liberty. They have to do it with all kind of hesitation and in different kind of shape and so on and so forth. That is the difficulty. Some other states are also of the same kind. Here again, there has to be certain kind of efforts on the part of the central government to liaison with the state government and to see that such a phenomenon does not continuously happen. Because of that, the confrontation even results in the delays in the appointment of the vice chancellors to various universities, or immediately discharging the universities in an unceremonious manner. All these kind of things are happening which needs to be taken into consideration while you are expecting such a great responsibility to be handled by the vice chancellors and the universities. So my suggestion primarily will be on the faculty development programs. There should be a program like the Paramas program which was floated by UGC some time back for promoting NAC accreditation in non-accredited institutions on one side, wherein institutions which are able to implement NEP to a reasonable level can act as a mentoring institution, and they will be able to train the other which are becoming the candidates for NEP implementation. That is one scheme. The other scheme is a massive national-wide scheme to be floated by both ACTE and UGC to give some igniting grant for all the universities, more especially to the state government universities, and also to some level the private institutions across the country, and provide them the necessary faculty development program with resource persons identified by AICTE and UGC, or associating themselves with an organization like what I said, EPSI, etc., so that a well-organized, a structured, national-wide scheme funded by AICTE and UGC can take place. Unless and otherwise, we have a systematic approach, it will be very difficult for us to see that such a massive program is being implemented solely by the end users. It has to be taken into confidence, the entirety of responsibility. Policies can be developed, programs can also be developed, you can send out regulations, you can send out guidelines, etc. But the people who are to implement have to be capacity built. That capacity building must not be incomplete or inadequate. It has to be of national benchmarking kind of requirements. Then only we will be able to really handle these challenges, even though opportunities are plenty. We have been hearing from the morning, both from the AICTE chairman and others, about the various good aspects and opportunities of NEP 2020, but we must also realize the challenges that are there in the implementation and also putting it across all the higher education institutions across the country. Let us try to resolve that there has to be a structured kind of methodology that is to be adopted so that the sensitization and faculty development take place uniformly. So the outcomes and deliverables are applaudable and the NEP implementation takes place in full. Thank you all very much. I will now request Dr. D.N. Reddy, former Vice Chancellor, JNT University, Hyderabad, my good friend, to please come and take up.
I have to leave around 4 o'clock.
You don't mind?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. I'll take only 5 minutes. Good evening, friends. Professor Tyagarajan, former Vice Chancellor of Madras University, Chairman of this panel discussion. Professor I.K. Bhatt, formerly was an AICT MBA, may closely associate with him. Professor Reena, Professor Banerjee, Professor Dr. Nitin, and we have Professor Rajdan and Professor Nagabhushana, Vice Chancellor of Kishandi University, other distinguished participants of the roundtable discussion happening from particularly on the session of higher education in India. This particular session, in fact, roundtable session devoted for education, employment, entrepreneurship, and also skill development, and touch upon NEP 20. I think NEP 20, essence of NEP 20 is that learning flexibility is given to students, because students have a flexibility of learning, because our Indian education system is a British system. 3 years course, 4 years course, 2 years course, it's a legacy. But the American system is more flexible. So we are trying to bridge the gap between Western education, Indian education, or Commonwealth education, so that we are credit-based system. We don't call in terms of 3 years or 4 years. But the essence of NEP is that experimental learning is the more essence of that. Similarly, we have a multidisciplinary, multiple entry, that is the credit transfer system, internship, research, innovation. These are the essence of the national education policy. So even though it's stipulated in 2020, but many institutions across the country, not even 100% implemented by any university or any institution. People are trying to understand, and people are having certain apprehension about implementation of NEP. My personal view is that these IITs and private deemed universities, they have research, they should start implementing this. Then only others can emulate, because central universities, state universities, shortage of faculty is there. It's difficult for them to implement. Okay, so that is the essence of the national education policy stipulated. Coming to the skill development. What is actual skill development? It's a productive employment. So basically enhancing the job potential. So our education system, there is a gap between education, student coming out of the institution, and what industry needs are there. There is a gap existing. Because we are academicians, we strongly believe that we have to give core courses, elective courses, foundations, and subject knowledge. That is our academicians. But industry wants that when the student join industry, first day, first hour, he or she should be able to contribute for their problem solving ability. So the education employment gap is there, 65% in India. Okay, basically what happened is the skills are required because the technology keep changing. Technology is the key for economic development of any country. So economic development, prosperity is important, so skills are important. So in India, the formal skill training is only 2.3%. Informal sector, 8.6%. But if you take the far east countries like Japan, South Korea, other countries, and similarly Australia, and European countries like Finland, Sweden, and Germany, and if you take other countries, their skill training is varying from 55% to 86%. The skill training is given more important. If you take South Korea, 96% skill training is given to their personnel. India, even though we have a policies there, all the students should go for internship, all the students should go for formal training, but it's not happening in the ground level. Only 2.3%. You have many industries are there, even though policy is stipulated, but its ground level is not implemented. It's a mandatory, all students undergo skill training. Then only they can able to reach to the expectation of the industry. Industry, what they want is, because the technology keep changing. Today, 80% students are joining computer science IT. Why? Because most of the jobs are available in that sector. Okay, so basically we are been talking about last couple of years outcome-based education. What outcome-based education stipulates? It's knowledge, skill, attitude and behavior. These are three important in outcome-based education, isn't it? Attitude and behavior comes after soft skills. Personality, communication, leadership, talent transformation, speaking ability, comprehension, writing ability, adaptable to the culture, adaptable to the job given. These are all soft skills. So any industry, an enterprise, irrespective of manufacturing, semiconductor, IT industry, retail industry, service sector, insurance, banking, all these sectors, what they want more of soft skills in nature. So any organization, they require 35 skills before any student join in their organization. But do you think all 35 skills can you embed it in the curriculum? Not possible. Because our curriculum, we have to basic knowledge, core courses, elective courses, but some extent some skill could be incorporated in the curriculum also. But value addition has to come from by practice. Some student has to take internship projects and industry personnel coming and training here. When they join job also, they get on-job training. So 35 skills are required for any student to join. So to bridge the gap, 65% gap is there in India between education and employment. We have been talking about education, employment and entrepreneurship. Culturally, if you take South India, you take Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, traditionally students and parents are like, what should get job. If you go to Gujarat, they don't want job. Many students, they don't like job. They want to be entrepreneur. So, but in general, students should be inculcated entrepreneurship capabilities. So that's why we are talking about startup. Startup, how it comes. Unless learning is there, they cannot innovate. Learning, excellence, innovation and creativity. Unless their low subject knowledge is there, learning is there, they can't innovate. Innovation, creativity is something we cannot teach in the classroom. Innovating, create something inborn based on knowledge acquired in the classroom. We are academic institution, universities, colleges meant for creating knowledge in the institution. Industry meant for prosperity. That's why industry institutions should come together at the end of the day so that skills will be important to the student. So when we talk about problem solving ability, because the industry facing a lot of problems day to day. Problems mean not you give a classroom one problem solved, that is not the problem. Problem faced by industry, either product manufacturing or design or critical thinking, evaluation. These are essential factors a student should be inculcated. So the life skills 35 I told you. So unemployment in India is 8% right now. So this is formal sector. But if you think that so many lakhs of students coming out of institution, do you think are unemployed? They may be doing odd jobs. But befitting to their qualification, getting jobs are only 23%. But others are odd employment is there. Okay, so we need to bridge the gap. Nowadays what happened is industry changing their technology base because worldwide demand is there in emerging technology. That's why AICT, UGC, universities have come out that introducing artificial intelligence, machine learning, cyber security, IoT, data science, big data, so 3D printing, additive manufacturing, green technologies, so many other, so mechatronic. These are subjects we are introducing. Because why we are introducing that? Job potential available in this area. So they should be, because faculty should be trained. Faculty must have graduated PhD up 10, 15 years back. They are not new to this subject. Unless so faculty development training is done in this area, it's difficult for them to teach in the classroom. So these are emerging areas where required. Nowadays we are talking about, in fact, morning AICT chairman talking about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT. Yeah, most of the students in classroom nowadays, ChatGPT apply and get everything. So today's student need not attend classroom also. They are more knowledgeable. Today technology is there. Digital learning, online learning, ICT enabled learning, technology enabled learning. So much technology is there. So they can learn without even attending college classes also. That's why faculty should be imbibe higher level of understanding in the classroom unless subject is there. What is AI we have been talking about? 2 minutes I'll take. Chagarajan sir, 2 minutes okay? I will close. So the artificial intelligence we are talking about, human intellect is simulated in a computer in a form of language, so that computer can think and take a decision. We are talking about machine learning. We are designing algorithm, a particular job, algorithm design, we write a programming, let computer implement that program. So these are the one. Similarly, we are talking about additive manufacturing, 3D manufacturing, 3D prototyping. Because any trivial components using 3D printing in it. If you go to Surat, it's a diamond cutting, small people, 400, 500 technician work. They don't know about what is 3D printing, but they use 3D printing software, jewel cutting. So everywhere 3D printing, rapid prototyping, additive manufacturing important. Similarly, because of digitization, because of we have using 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G technology today. Isn't it? 2 is old, 2G only voice, then we have voice and texting, then we have infused with internet technology, and we have 10 times, 100 times speed of that 5G technology. So today, technology is very important for quality, like improving the quality of the people. Today, mobile communication technology is there. Every vegetable vendor to President of India using mobile phone. That is developed by engineers only, because technology adaptability is very important. So these are the technologies we have to infuse in the skill base among the student community. Then only they can able to face the challenges and they can take up any problem solving ability. In the day one itself they can join industry and able to. End of the day, because internship is very important. AICT, of course, they are giving online internship and all. Unless you do with your hand, nothing we cannot learn. So maybe okay, you are addressing problem, but practical training is very important for engineering professional student, particularly. So even though we are talking about projects, software development, or using software, insurance, banking, using banking transaction, several of them, but unless they practice in industry, they can't be fully trained for taking up skill development. And end of the day, we can able to bridge the gap between education, employment, and it should also be entrepreneur. We should inculcate entrepreneurship. That's why we are talking about technology incubation companies, technology development centers, and some of the institutions giving 2 years time frame for students to give an idea, start in a company, so that institutions support. These are all only promote entrepreneurship among student community. So education, employment gaps to be bridged, promote for startup culture, innovation, and also for entrepreneurship. So end of the day, ultimately what happens, should be good citizen of the country. So all that fine, skill base, everything will be there, but good citizen of the country. I'm sure that I don't want to take much time because we have many speakers are there. With this, I would like to thank the chairman of the session.
Thank you very much,
Professor
sir.
Thakarajan and other experts. Thank you very much.
Highlighting the essentials. Thank you so much. I think I will request Dr. K.K. Raina, Vice Chancellor, Ramaya University, Bangalore, to provide his insights.
Professor Tyagarajan, the chairperson of this session, and very distinguished and eminent speakers on the dais with me as panelists, and those who are listening us very carefully. A very good afternoon to you. At the outset, thank you EPSI for giving me an opportunity to be here, and SRM for hosting this wonderful event. 10 a.m. onwards, we have been totally getting involved from time to time to listen to very, very eminent speakers who hold the fort, as well as those who bring the experiential learning before them. I will touch only 3 points, and one of them is NEP as such is really a wonderful document. It came at a time when we were also struggling between life and death, because it was July 2020, I believe, June or July 2020, and we were having tough times of the COVID period. With that toughness, I think there was a resilience in each one of us as the teachers, as the mentors, as the guides, that we could pull on the student fraternity and the community wherever they were, not because of NEP, because the tools and the curiosity of knowledge that we had that time. Similarly, in the last 4 years now, we are working, discussing, deliberating on various fora, whether it's a group discussion, whether it is webinar, or whether we talk about the round tables, whether it is implementable or not. In the morning, very distinguished speakers did make a mention. It is very good, it is challenging, but it has certain concerns as well, whereas the opportunities. As a Vice Chancellor of a university, we implemented NEP in Raya University meals, because we wanted to get the real feel that what are the difficulties, what are the challenges. We initially started it with the science programs, the social science programs, and slowly we took it to the engineering and other allied programs. Wherever the regulators or the facilitators did not permit, we did not touch it at all. Now, when I look back, and each one of us, I'm sure, what are the outcomes in the last 4 years after it was discussed and deliberated? Do we have the statistical data of its successes? Do we have a statistical data of the challenges that institutions have faced? Or we say NEP is the best document? So my humble appeal to EPSI is, let us look at if 70% of the education in this country is with the private players, for which EPSI is a wonderful body. I am sure when we meet next time, let us have data with us. If success everywhere, I would say there are concerns in the data today, because we are all on the learning curve of NEP. We talk of flexibility within the system. Most of us on the dais and here as well, and the teachers, the faculty members, how much flexibility will be given in the academic curriculum for its implementation. If you implement it in letter and spirit, sir, my student and teacher ratio can go down to 1:10. Can we afford it? These are the challenges. If that is not possible in existing systems, when we focus our student-teacher ratio to 1:20 or 1:25 at times, we don't find very good teachers who are committed to teach. What is going to be the scenario? Now, the fulcrum point that has shifted in the last about a decade or so towards computer science, IT, data science. Do we have sufficient resources, human resources, faculty to teach all those courses? Sir, ChatGPT is an accident, and we allow this accident to happen. In many institutions today, I will not name, forgive me, they have put in the curriculum certain things where there is hardly anyone to teach such courses. That means we are mimicking certain situations at that places. Let us introspect and come to some conclusive decisions what we need to do. In the morning, one of the very distinguished speakers did make a mention about having more focus towards the basic science courses, mathematics primarily. If I'm not good in mathematics, how can I understand developing an algorithm or then solving it, coding it, decoding it? Is it possible? And where are mathematics teachers today? So these are certain concerns, sir. But having said that there are concerns, I think it has provided greater opportunities for us too. One, take an example of Ramaya University. I will not repeat what my colleague said in the session 2, Mr. Gurcharan. We started introducing course on entrepreneurship and innovation skilling for all programs in the university in the second year of the program, whether it is engineering, whether it is allied health, whether it is social sciences, whether it is the management. Because in most of the higher education learning institution, I am sure Dr. Reddy will agree with me, we used to teach entrepreneurship and engineering in the 7th or 8th semester. This man is very keen to get placed. He doesn't care about the entrepreneurship at all. So we took a decision in the academic council with the help and support of my colleagues, we will introduce it. So it has been a successful story and very happy to share with you. We have tied up with Babson Entrepreneurship College, which is very, very globally renowned. They are partnering with us in making it. My target is, after this batch passes out, we have around 3,000 students who are going to go through this course. If I produce 5% of entrepreneurs out of it, that is going to be the outcome-based education, not that whether I feel whether it is direct or indirect. The direct is, there are 20 entrepreneurs who come from a system. Another thing, to provide skill sets to the students, we have tried to shift certain pointers in our academic curriculum. Rather than having LTP, lecture, tutorial, practical, most of the final year students, 7th and 8th semester, have 0P, 0P. When is this student undergoing the skill training? In first year, there is hardly any skill training. In second year, he is getting introduced to the laws of thermodynamics or the circuitry or physiologic. Third year, he plans to go for placement. He starts at the placement officer's door. So the learning that comes from the classroom probably was having a gap. When we looked at it, we decided that our experiential learning in the curriculum will shift to 65 to 70%. So we made 3 internships mandatory for our students. I am sure when this batch passes out, next time when we meet in any of the EPSI meetings, I'll be very confident in sharing the statistics and the data with you. Professor Razdan, when he showed a couple of data pointers in the morning about the quality, what surprised me, none of the institutions of excellence except 1% are going for the accreditation. I support Professor Razdan. Is accreditation only for private universities? Aren't we doing the same job what these institutions are also doing? Whether they are IITs, whether they are NITs, .. Sir, can EPSI make it mandatory for everyone? It was a very good slide that we should promote as Paramarsh scheme from EPSI also. There are many loose links in all assessment and accreditation processes, isn't it? Because where from we adopted it, they are in education for the more than 200 years now. Quality education, investment that goes into the education, the quality of people, getting a faculty position in any of the best universities in the world is not that easy. Whereas in our country, assistant professor, associate professor, in some of the Western countries, you cannot become the professor in the same university. You have to go out, prove yourself, come back. If these are the quality parameters, I'm sure this nation, great nation, also needs to look at it in a holistic way. I do hope that EPSI, under the chairmanship, under the presidentship of our Honorable Chancellor and the Chairman, Dr. Jairam, will look at it holistically, and we all are there to support the initiatives. Since I have to rush for the airport, I will not be speaking much, but thank you very much for patiently listening. In case there are, I expressed concerns, because I thought if I repeat the same thing what has been spoken since morning, probably it may not be the apt. But a person who works at the ground level, the faculty team, I think we need to enrich our team first, in my opinion, which makes the institution. It is faculty and students. Are we putting certain quality parameters there? If yes, institution should become great. If not, let's ponder around. Thank you very much. Very good evening to all. Pleasure being in the premises of SRM, and thanks our Honorable Chairman this session for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. And now I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Chancellor, SOA Deemed University, Bhubaneswar, Dr. Amit Banerjee, to come and present his findings.
Our Honorable and beloved Chairperson, Professor Tyagarajan sir, distinguished co-panelists and dignitaries of the dais, and sleeping and non-sleeping members of the audience. I have a very fixed opinion about... Photo?
Sorry, sir.
No, no, कोई बात नहीं. Photo.
Sir, actually, sir is leaving, so we would want to honor him before he leaves.
I will not take even 5 minutes.
Achha.
Okay. Promise. Plus minus 2 minutes.
just one souvenir we are handing.
The photo ले लेते हैं. Let's have a...
He's having photograph. But ठीक है.
We can have a group photo.
Group photograph. Sir, we'll also take the group photograph also before, please. Thank you, sir.
हो गया ना? Honorable Chairperson, sir, my distinguished co-panelists and members of the audience. Actually, I have a very fixed and distorted view about the National Education Policy 2020. I have a feeling that this policy was actually created with only engineering, humanities, and management streams in mind. I do not think that this policy is applicable in any way in, let us say, the health sciences streams, like dental sciences, medical sciences, nursing, in legal studies, in agriculture, veterinary. So I have a feeling it is a defective document. It has become even more defective because for the last 4 years, the powers to be have allowed India to be ridiculed all over the world by the name deemed universities. This was one of the provisions of NEP, one of the most important provisions of NEP 2020, that the word deemed will be removed. And yet, over the last 4 years, this has not been done. And we continue to kind of, very apologetically explain to the embassies, to the parents and others that, deemed does not mean that we are going to become universities. So I think I will leave aside that. I have taken down a few notes on the other topic. The other topic is the role of education and skills development in enhancing employability in India. I thought this is a very important and very interesting topic. And as the world's second most populous country, we are currently experiencing a demographic dividend with a very large proportion of the population falling within the working class, working age group. And by 2027, India is projected to have the world's largest workforce with a median age of just 29 years. However, despite this potential employability, India remains a significant challenge due to skill gaps and inadequacies in the educational system. So I'll just say a few points. I'll not take much of your time. So I was just jotting down what is the current state of education and skills development in this country. If you take an overview of the education in India, the Indian Constitution guarantees free and compulsory education for all children 6 to 14 years of age. And this is further enforced by the Right to Education Act, which was passed in 2009. But has it been implemented? this has not been implemented. The gender equity, we have not been able to, bring into our day-to-day life. So these are some of the challenges, and therefore, keeping these in mind and not into too many details, currently, what are the challenges in education and skills department that we come across on day-to-day practice? The first is that in spite of all the progress, there's a visible quality gap. So, in spite of the increase in educational institutions, the number of colleges and the improvement in qualities, the ensuring adequate quality always remains a challenge. This has been discussed in detail in the morning. The other is the skill mismatch. The skills not in the educational ecosystem, the formal educational ecosystem, often do not align with the industry requirements, leading to a gap between education and employability. And this has become even more severe ever since, the inception of the fourth industrial revolution, because, with the components of industrial revolution, almost per se, the factors that have been included in the NEP 2020, for example, multidisciplinary approach to education, etc., these have automatically come much before. For example, the deep learning, the data science, this is in collaboration with Intel, we have been able to match the dental department, the medical department, and our engineering department, and to bring in a lot of data on cancer detection and cancer management, which is, coming out in the shape of a very, very, very important paramount document. So this and other things have already come. But the infrastructure constraints continue to exist. Many schools and colleges lack proper infrastructure, which affects the learning ecosystem. Then teachers training, as has been already pointed out, faculty training is of extreme importance, and this has not been given adequate importance. And lastly, equity and inclusion, as I told you, equity and inclusion is something that continues to remain a utopic phenomenon for us, because we have not been able to bridge the social gaps, the academic gaps, and the administrative gaps together to bring it on a same conducive, convergent platform in this country. So at the end, I would like to say something about what are the government's initiatives that have been taken. Certain initiatives have been taken. For example, to improve skill development, we have got a Skill India. Skill India was launched in 2015, 5 years before the NEP 2020, and this initiative aims to provide vocational training and enhance employability. Then we have got a Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, which came up almost pari passu with the NEP 2020, and this is a flagship scheme for skill development, focuses on creating. It's very good to see even the rickshaw puller carrying a Paytm or PhonePe QR code, and you're able to pay. So I think it's a great evolution that has taken place in the digital platform. And of course, then lastly, I noted down what is very important is the process of continuous learning for all categories of people, including the faculty, and upskilling. So upskilling is extremely important, because if the faculty kind of rests on its own laurels and does not revamp its own learning process, revamp the curriculum from time to time, then the whole thing becomes kind of infructuous. And as a result, we need to have certain disruptive solutions. We need to revamp the curriculum. We need more intense industry collaborations. And of course, most important, as I said, we need to implement the process of lifelong learning. So to conclude, I have just made certain points. I have nothing to elaborate because I do not have answers. I think we all have to collectively work together along with the government, along with the other agencies, to find answers and implement this. So enhancing employability, therefore, it requires a holistic approach that finally bridges the gap between education and industry needs by addressing challenges and promoting skill development and fostering a culture of lifelong learning. India can unlock the immense potential and create a workforce ready for the future. Most importantly, we better do it. And at this point, I would like to make a plea to EPSI to take a concrete role in this and make sure that it catalyzes the whole thing with the private workforce in mind. I think as we have already agreed that the private workforce in the academic ecosystem of this country is of paramount importance, and the time has come to project it before the public. It is now also very important to enlighten the public about the work we are doing in EPSI and what actually is happening in the private scenario, except just money-making industry, which people are given to understand. Thank you very much, Chairman, sir, and thanks everybody for this.
Thank you very much, sir, for a elusive presentation. Thank you. Now I will request Dr. I.K. Bhatt, Advisor, Manav Rachna University, Faridabad, to kindly present your findings, sir.
Respected Chairman, sir, my fellow panelists, and all the participants who are sitting here in this hall. I have a different story to say because I have implemented NEP 20 very successfully. I was very fortunate to be part of the discussions when NEP was being written, actually. And I was also part of the discussions when the task forces were created to see that how this NEP can be implemented in the institutions. So I have a different story than what most of the people have said today. When we started with this, in fact, it is a case study. It could be a case study. I should have presented it as a case study. We looked at what is our vision statement of the university, what are our core values, and I found that these do match with the NEP 2020 actually. So having said this, when we say that educate students in frontier areas of knowledge and skills, enable them to take challenges, to be ethical and responsible global citizens. That is the vision statement. So therefore, this is exactly what NEP is talking about. And when we look at our core values, the core values for our university, which we have identified, is student centricity, integrity, inclusiveness, and sustainability. These are our core values. Now, when we look at NEP, the mention of these words is in several places. So therefore, it was very easy for us to move forward, to look at our vision statement, look at what are our core values, and start implementing it. The first thing what we did was, we started with preparing a strategic document, institutional strategic document or university strategic document, and this helped us in aligning these things, putting certain targets for this, and then finally implementing it in true spirit, where different people were given different responsibilities to monitor it and keep on moving forward was what was discussed. People did talk about when we look at outcome-based education and innovative pedagogies is one of the points in national education policy. I have been training teachers myself for last 20 years on different pedagogies, and unfortunately very few teachers do adopt it because our regulating system is such that it talks about how many lectures are being taken. The UGC talks about 16, 18, 20, something like this. But these pedagogies, new pedagogies, when we look at active pedagogies like experiential learning, when we look at problem solving, when we look at project-based learning, when we look at cooperative-based learning, when we look at jigsaw methods of teaching, they are absolutely different and they do not require lectures actually. It requires competence in handling things, handling projects, and that is what we did actually. And this is student-centric, where besides the knowledge, they also gain skills from these pedagogies, and this also improves the employability chances also because the students have skills in their hands also. The second thing is flexibility and multidisciplinarity in curriculum. So there, UGC has been for last almost a decade, talking about choice-based credit system. We implemented it. And latest was during COVID, when they said that 40% of the courses can be from different disciplines and they could be from open source courses. You can have them through MOOCs and other things. And this also helped us in moving forward, implementing it. And our faculty members, besides teaching through these online courses and assessing them, in fact, making proper rubrics for that, also created e-contents for courses which are now available on SIAM. Though it is a private state university where I worked and implemented it, these are courses now available on SIAM also. So therefore, there is nothing great in it. One can do it provided you have intention of implementing it. That is the only thing. Again, multiple entry and multiple exit. The way it is being thought of by the regulator as of today is a piecemeal method of implementing it. I would say that we should not go for patchwork. We should have an earthquake change and implement it so that the whole curriculum structure is revised and then it is implemented. I have given a scheme to the AICT also for implementation, where they said it will be a drastic change and probably we will not be able to implement it now because it requires a lot of changes, in fact. The ABC is again being talked about, and since morning people said, all our students have registered and most of the university students have registered with ABC. The challenge is now, if a student wants to do a course from other university, then he has to pay fee there. Is our university ready to forego that amount of fee? That is not being given. So therefore, probably the answer is it needs to be credit-based registration. Depending upon how many credits you have registered, you need to pay fee for that. And therefore, you can register in other university also, which is possible. And therefore, this challenge, which we are facing, most of us are facing now, can be overcome provided we look at this in a different manner. Student support system needs to be there. It has been there always, and it will remain there even after today also. The slow learners need hand-holding. The fast learners need to be given different problems, different projects, so that they can work at self-pace, and this is being done, and the technology helps us in doing it. The employability skills, somebody was talking about soft skills need to be improved. Every institution is, in my opinion, doing it actually in small way. They are calling people from outside. We need to have a cell within the system where we train them on some of these soft skills, which is very, very important. And this also we need to promote, in fact, because most of the universities have students from different states and different countries also. Like in our case, we have students from 26 states, and therefore there has to be certain differential there. And how do we make it inclusive system is very, very important. So therefore, how do we create such a culture, an environment where they work together will become very, very important. Another thing which is very, very important, which is in our mission statement also, the sustainability. And we are focusing on sustainability. All 17 SDGs are being mapped through some method, whether it is through teaching in a curriculum or in a laboratory or doing some other extra activities which can be done very importantly. Again, skill development and employability has been talked about since morning. We also looked at this, and we looked at what is the report on 21st century skills. IBM says that 80% of your jobs will not be there which are currently available. So within 5 years. Now, therefore, there will be different set of jobs. All of us need to really revise curriculum and align our systems in such a manner so that we are in a position to give training to the students in those areas where the jobs will come, which we do not know as of today. What we did was we designed courses in consultation with the industry people and delivered jointly, in fact. And this is for all the courses which our university runs. There is always one partner from the industry or from research organization, depending upon the type of course, where we have designed and delivered the courses with the industry, which is important. We have created centers of excellence which have been actually established by the industry, which are very, very important. Internships, 3 internships are important. We have allowed students to go for 3 internships, and in case somebody wants to do more internship, they can finish the courses earlier. There are any subject you take, say for instance engineering, it does not have more than 10 courses or 12 courses which are considered to be core courses. All our other courses are applied courses. So once the core courses are completed, the student can go to the industry for internship, which is very, very important. And this does require a system, an environment which is advanced, where the digital tools are to be required, the LMS is there, all digital facilities in the classrooms have to be there. These are some of the things which we have done. Besides this, it does require training of teachers, and we also established Center for Advanced Learning, which gives training both in domain knowledge as well as in the pedagogies, and this has definitely helped the teachers to understand and make the system better. The international collaboration is being talked about. We have inbound students coming to our university and our students going for other universities outside the country, and there is good collaboration. So the global immersion programs are being run. So in short, what I'm trying to say, there are definitely challenges. The challenges are in private institutions especially, the research funding becomes a very great challenge, in fact, and therefore this is not really on a competitive basis. The multiple entry, multiple exit needs to be revisited the way it is being talked about today. New pedagogy need to be adopted by each and every one of us, and we need to develop the strategic plan for it. We have done it in a small way, and I think that the results which it has given are very positive. We need to discuss it with openness and start thinking that how we can benefit our students ultimately in the long run. There are opportunities for every university and college, and I personally think that we should implement it. This spirit with which this document has been prepared, because I know how much discussions have taken place during that period. The spirit is right. We need to understand it and implement it, collaborate with each other, handhold each other, and make it a success story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for coming in and making a personally experiential kind of a presentation. The final speaker for this session is Dr. Nitin Nagarkar, Dean Medical, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected Chairperson, Professor S.P. Tyagarajan, the doyen of the education system, and all my learned panel members and distinguished colleagues of the dais. Thank you very much to, first of all, SRMIST and EPSI for organizing this wonderful roundtable discussion today. My job is relatively easy because at the end of the day, I think most of the learned members have spoken about the various advantages and challenges that we face. This particular session, in which we will be discussing about the understanding NEP 2020, goals, implications, challenges, and employability and skill development in today's education ecosystem. Just like Dr. Banerjee has already rightly touched upon, I would be discussing the second point, sir, employability and skill development in today's education ecosystem. Has rightly been mentioned by Professor Banerjee, sir, that this particular NEP covers many education systems. Of course, when it comes to the medical field, as such, we have our own statutory body, the National Medical Commission, and similarly, we have other statutory bodies, whether it's the Dental Council of India, or for the nurses, or for the allied health courses. So different statutory bodies are there. Nonetheless, all of them have strived for employability and skill development in today's education ecosystem. So just going to the National Medical Commission, again touching, sir, deliberately I'll just go off the track slightly, because they have also delved into this particular thing, where the competency-based medical education is now mandatory, whether it is for UG, that is MBBS, and for post-graduation, we have the competency-based medical education, the curriculum, which came up in 2023 and has been modified subsequently, regularly, and that has been implemented across the country. So I think the idea has been the same. We want to develop medical graduates who are globally also relevant. However, they are also sensitive of the local and the regional issues, something which is exactly similar, I think, to the NEP policy also. Yes, of course, some things regarding the NEP where the flexibility in the courses or the entry or exit system as it exists, those flexibilities are not there in our courses, which are quite clear, whether it's a 4.5-year course for MBBS with a 1-year compulsory rotatory internship, and that is all mandatory. So I think many things which we can actually extrapolate from the NEP, as of now they don't exist in these courses because of the mandatory statutory bodies as we have, and we have to definitely follow those. Yes, nonetheless, when we talk about the knowledge, about the skills and the attitude, I think these are some things which are very relevant to any part of the education system, not just the medical, but I think for all competent graduates who are going to pass out from our country, apart from the core knowledge, which is theoretical knowledge, it is the psychomotor skills and the attitude, which is very important. And I think many people have just touched upon, the learned speakers, about the soft skills now, which have become so important. So similarly, these soft skills, how to talk with the public, because there is always an public interface for the medical graduates, how to tell them about a difficult news, a diagnosis of cancer or a death in the family. You have to disclose all this to the patients and the relatives. So many things are going to come up apart from their only technical skills. So I think that is something which is very important. All our graduates, apart from their core technical skills, theoretical knowledge, psychomotor skills, these soft skills and communication skills are going to be mandatory for all the graduates, and especially for those in the medical and allied health courses. I think it is a predominant thing that they have to be taught. In the past, it was never formal. It was supposed that from the teachers they were going to learn all this. But now it has become part of the formal curriculum, where the attitudes, ethics, and communication skills are also mandatory, and they are also taught in a formal manner. That's all, sir, and it's open for discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for really keeping time. We have come to the completion of this session. As per the definition of the interactive session, we should have at least 1 or 2 clarifications or questions from the participants. If there are any burning questions, you may kindly propose. I can understand time is really delayed, half an hour more than the scheduled time. You all must have been tired, had a good academic feast besides the lunch and so on. So I thank all the participants, my co-panelists, profusely for elucidating. You have some question? Yes, sir. Please. Mike.
I'm Dean Management SRMIST. It appears to me that since morning and in the afternoon, there is a general agreement that soft skill is a very important component as far as the student is concerned, faculty is concerned. Is there any way from this particular platform to communicate to the AICT and UGC that soft skill courses like universal human values or something, they should be made compulsory in any kind of higher education studies courses? If this could be proposed, it will be a very good component. Thank you very much.
I think it is a wonderful proposal that you have given, and there is absolutely no reason why it cannot be communicated to AICT. In fact, you can directly write a mail to the chairman AICT. He has given the mail ID in the morning, if you have taken note of it. Otherwise, I can tell you the mail ID when we meet outside. I will not tell in public. I am not authorized to. So you can write a mail to him and let us see what he responds. Fantastic idea. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, this is something that EPSI, I am sure, has already communicated many a time before.
Yeah, I'm Vice Chancellor Sri Balaji Vidyapith, Pondicherry. Is there any deadline we have to implement the NEP, because otherwise this procrastination is going on. It started in 2020, 4 years already passed. And as I am a Vice Chancellor of a medical health university, we have very little flexible, as Dr. Banerjee told, but still we have some courses, allied health science and other things. But is it fixed that till we have to complete this NEP?
I'll give an unauthorized answer. We might know the answer on 5th of June.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And jointly with all of you, I call this session closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful session. With this, I would request Mr. Palni Vail to come forward and present a token of appreciation to Professor S.P. Tyagarajan, sir, please. Thank you very much, sir, for your chairmanship, for your guidance, and for all the efforts that you make for EPSI. Thank you very much. Now I would request Professor S.P. Tyagarajan, sir, to please present a token of appreciation to Dr. D.N. Reddy, former Vice Chancellor, JNT University. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. Requesting Tyagarajan, sir, to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Amit Banerjee, Chancellor, SOA, deemed to be University Bhubaneswar. He has always been a guiding force for EPSI, always mentoring us. Thank you, sir. Requesting Tyagarajan, sir, to present the memento token of appreciation to Professor Nitin M. Nagarkarji. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your inputs. A token of appreciation to Dr. I.K. Bhatt, Advisor, Manav Rachna University, Faridabad. Thank you very much, sir, for coming all the way and sparing time for us. Now I would request Mr. Palni Vail to please give his closing remarks.
So, thank you to all the participants and all the speakers. I think, today is a wonderful day. All of them got some information. And once again, I would like to express my thanks to all. Also, I would like to inform you, we are having the series of programs. In fact, 17 and 18, we are having leadership program at Pune. Again, we are having that, we are taking the delegation to Navsa. Madam is sitting here regularly, she is also coming. So she is laughing. So, and also that we are having that tie-up with the Times Higher Education, which is going to happen in 10, 11, 12, 13 at Bangkok. Again, we are having that another round of meetings. So that I would request all of them to please participate wherever it is possible. Maximum participation we are expecting. And also we are having that one important conference at Delhi, whenever the new government is formed. This is what we have decided. So whoever the new government it may, whoever the PM may be, we are going to organize one very big conference at Delhi. So I request all of them to please join this one. And now we are having one group photo. Then before that, let us all have that one national anthem. Kindly please stand up. National anthem. Hai kya national anthem? Hai national anthem. Okay, we can sing all of us. We can sing. Yes. Yes. Jana mana adhinayak jaya he Jharad bhagya vidata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Uttal Ganga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchchal Jal Chitaranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mage Gaye Sab Jaya Gatha Jana Gana Mangal Dayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidada Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He. Thank you. Sir, let us have a group photo.
We'll have a group photograph. All are requested to have a cup of tea before leaving. Yeah.